Cool. We should be live. Are we live? We are live. Fantastic. Awesome. So, yeah, welcome back to the stream. We shall actually start with problem 8 today, because we completed all the previous problems, both parts. So, yeah, we're flying so far. We're doing pretty well. So, yeah, I think all that remains is to complete problem 8, and then, yeah, hopefully it should be a relatively short stream. I don't think it should take super long, but then again, I have no idea what the problem's like, so, there is that. Yeah. I kind of want to listen to other music today. I'm not sure if I should. You know what? Let's just be safe, and we'll just resort to a soft murmur. So, murmur, there it is. I'll just resort to this one. Like, let's just um, let me just make like another random mix, right? So, yeah, I think this is nice. Cool. Okay. So, yeah, I think this sounds good. Let us begin. Cool. So we do have IntelliJ still open with my failed attempt of trying to calculate this particular formula from yesterday, but I think that's fine. We have completed all the problems as they are. Let's just close all the existing tabs. We can actually just go back to this. Right. So what's day 8's problem, right? So 7-segment search. You barely reach the safety of the cave while the whale smashes into the cave mouth, collapsing it. Sensors indicate another exit to this cave at a much greater depth, so you have no choice but to press on. As your submarine slowly makes its way through the cave system, you notice that the 4-digit 7-segment displays in your submarine are malfunctioning. They must have been damaged during the escape. You'll be in a lot of trouble without them, so you'd better figure out what's wrong. Each digit of a 7-segment display is rendered by turning on and off any of the 7 segments named A through G. So the 7 segments in this case are A, B, C, I'm assuming this is D, E, F, and G, right? So we have these. What's up, Mad Flash? Boo ha to you too. What's up? How's it going? Right. So, submarine slowly makes its way through the cave system. You notice that the 4 7-segment displays are malfunctioning. That the 4-digit, right? So there are 4 of them, right? Why are there 9 of them here? 4-digit 7-segment displays are malfunctioning. They must have been damaged during the escape. Okay. You'll be in a lot of trouble without them, so you better figure out what's wrong. Each digit is rendered by turning off any of the segments named A through G. So to render a 1, only segments C and F would need to be turned on, the rest of them off. Yeah, that makes sense. I finished till day 7. That's really good. That's really good. We're solving day 8 today. So, yeah. I mean, basically, yeah, I'm just trying to go like every single day as the questions release. Like I know that the questions release like a few hours before, several hours before. In fact, like it actually releases sometime around like exactly 12 hours before I usually solve them. So, oh, in advent of cyber, oh, that's really good. That's actually really good. I should probably give that a try. Maybe I'll probably do that like maybe next month, right? Not yet perhaps, but I'll probably give that a shot next month. I don't know anything about cybersecurity though, so it might take me like more than one day. Like it might take me more than one day per question. Like I don't really know too much about cybersecurity, so yeah, I'll have to give it a shot though. So I think I'll learn a lot potentially. I think it's like it does sound like a really good challenge to kind of try. So yeah, I might actually give it a shot, like, but potentially next month. I don't think I'll be doing that now. Yeah, okay. So to render a 1, segments C and F would be turned on. The rest would be off. To render a 7, only A, C, and F would be turned on. Right, that makes sense. The problem is that the signals which control the segments have been mixed up on each display. The submarine is still trying to display numbers by producing output on signal wires A through G, but those wires are connected to segments randomly. Okay. Okay. Um, Worse, the wire segment combinations connections are mixed up separately for each 4-digit display. So okay, all of the digits within a display use the same connections though. So each 4-digit display has like a different time lord. What's up? I'm late today for what? The stream. I only started it like, what, 5 minutes ago? I've been live for 5 minutes. That's about it. Okay. The wire segment connections are mixed up separately for each 4-digit display. Oh, to AOC. Okay. I mean, so as in you've not didn't read yet. Okay, okay. I mean, yeah, I'm reading the question right now, so you can read it along with me. So there are these 7-segment displays. Basically, this entire section is kind of useless. These 7-segment displays, and each section is having a label A through F. So there's A is the top section, then there's B, C, D is this one, E, F, and G. So the problem, however, is basically that the signals which control the segments have been mixed up on each display. So it's basically like the signal A isn't necessarily, it's supposed to map to the top one, but it isn't necessarily mapped to the top one in like the inputs, right? So yeah, so it's basically the somebody is still trying to display numbers by producing the output on signal wires A through G, but those wires are connected to segments randomly. Worse, the wire segment combinations are mixed up separately for each 4-digit display. So you have 4-digit display. I don't know why they've shown 5. Oh, actually, this is just the numbers 0 through 9. Okay, these are not like supposed to be indicative of the displays. These are just the digits, what the digits 0 through 9 look like, just in case someone doesn't know what a 7-digit, like what a 7-segment display looks like. But yeah, so there are multiple 4-digit displays, and each 4-digit display has a different combination of wire to segment connections, right? So the wire A can connect to like a different segment. It needn't actually connect to the top one. It might connect to a different one, right? But all of the digits within a display use the same connections. So it's like within a particular display, they have the same mix-up. Yeah, okay. So that's as far as I've gotten as well. So yeah. So you might know that only signal wires B and G are turned on. So there's B, okay. So like B and G are turned on, but that doesn't mean segments B and G are turned on, right? So the segments B and G needn't exactly be turned on. The only digit that uses 2 segments is 1. Okay. So it must mean segments C and F are meant to be on. Right. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So the only digit which has like 2 segments is 1. So if you have 2 segments, that time you know it maps to this and this, but you still don't know which is which. With just that information, you still can't tell B/G goes to which segment yeah. So for that, you need to collect more information. Okay. For each display, you watch the changing signals for a while. Make a note of all 10 unique signal patterns you see. So there are 10 unique signal patterns. Wait. Oh, yeah, 10 digits. All right. Of course. And then write down a single 4-digit output value. Ooh, this is cute. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I've done this in 2020. What? This wasn't there in 2020. I've done 2020. Most of it. Unless it was like a late, like really late question. Like, is it like past 22? Because I've solved all the questions up to 22. There's only 3 questions from that point on. 22. Actually, I don't remember if I solved 22 or not. I probably haven't. So there's either 3 or 4 questions left for me. I don't remember this anything like this at all. Are you sure it's not from an earlier year? Because like I haven't really done anything from the previous years. It's not the same, of course, but I've done this kind of data collection and elimination. Okay, okay. Yeah, that perhaps. Okay. Make a note of the 10 unique signal patterns and then write down a single 4-digit output value, your puzzle input. Okay. Using the signal patterns, you should be able to work out which pattern corresponds to which digit. For example, here's what you might see in a single entry in your notes. It's wrapped here onto 2 lines so it fits. In your notes, it'll all be on a single line. I see. It's supposed to be 1 line. All right. So there's each entry consists of 10 unique signal patterns, a delimiter, and finally the 4-digit output value. All right. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that? No. They could be in a random order. Okay. Oh, yeah, because this is evidently 1. This is evidently the thing for 1, right? So, but it's essentially 0 through 9, but it's in a random order, right? Okay. Delimiter, and finally the 4-digit output value. Within an entry, the same wire/segment connections are used, but you don't know what the connections actually are. The unique signal patterns correspond to the 10 different ways the submarine tries to render a digit using the current wire segment connections. Yeah, okay. because 7 is the only digit that uses 3 segments, DAB in the above example, means to render a 7. Signal lines D, A, and B are on. Because 4 is the only digit that uses 4 segments, EAFB means to render a 4, EAF and B are on. You should be able to work out which combination of the signal wires corresponds to each of the 10 digits. Then you can decode the 4-digit output value. Unfortunately, in the above example, all the digits in the output value use 5 segments and are more difficult to deduce. Okay, but shouldn't the 5 segments match up? Wait, what? This has to be a digit, right? And if this is all digits 0 through 9, or am I reading that wrong? 10 unique signal patterns, 10 different ways. The submarine tries to render a digit using the current wire segment patterns. So shouldn't this... Lol, I don't understand shit. Even I'm not understanding much, to be honest. Like, the thing is, if this is a signal, if these are the 10 signal patterns for this display, then this should match with one of them, right? You get it? I don't get it. It's an Enigma type problem. You're just making this more confusing for me, dude. Let's see. 7 is the only digit that uses 3 segments. DAB in the above example means to render a 7. Signals D, A, and B are on. Because 4 is the only digit that uses 4 segments. EAFB means to render a 4. EAFB are on. Alright, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is a 7, this is a 1, this is a 4. I can see all of that. Using this information, you should be able to work out which combination of signal wires correspond to each of the 10 digits. Then you can decode the 4-digit output value. Unfortunately, in the above example, all of them use 5 segments and are more difficult to deduce. Bro, that's not what I'm saying. Wait, A, B, C, D, E, F, G are mapped to random letters, and you need to find the correct mapping that renders valid digits for all inputs. Alright, cool. So that's this part. I'm saying with this part here, each of these has to map to... Oh, okay, no. This is the same as this. Okay, yeah. It does map. This is just the same as this. It's just reshuffled. Like, it has the same letters, of course. Like, what I was saying was that this has to be the same as one of the digits here, because this is all 10 digits. This is all 10 possible digits, right? So if these 4 are digits on this display, then they have to map to this. Okay, now it makes sense, because I was just control Fing for this and I was not able to find it. And that's because this actually maps to this. These two are the same thing, and this is the same as this. And this is the same as, well, this again. These two are exactly the same. Wait, then when I searched for this, why didn't I find it? What the fuck? If these two are exactly the same... Huh? Oh, okay, it is there. I see. Oh, highlight all was off. I usually keep highlight all on. I think I must have accidentally hit a keyboard shortcut and disabled it. Yeah. Okay, I was confused. Alright, cool. Yeah, that makes sense then. Alright, so either way, I wouldn't have found it. So, like, this maps to this. These two are the same digit. This one is this. This one is... Okay, so these two are the same again. Okay, I understand. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Using this information, you should be able to work out which combination of signal wires corresponds to each of the 10 digits. You can decode the 4-digit output value. Unfortunately, all use 5 segments, more difficult to deduce. That's fine. For now, focus on the easy digits. Consider this larger example. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Get your puzzle input. Let me just see. It has to be on the same line, right? Yeah, there we go. Dang. Okay. Okay. So consider this larger example. 1, 4, 7, and 8 each use a unique. You should be able to tell which combinations correspond to those digits. Counting only digits in the output value is the part after that. The problem is there's no algorithm for this exactly. I do have to sort of hardcode what the digits kind of look like in any case. And most of the rest of... Like, it just sounds like I'll be encoding a manual process. Like, it just sounds... I don't know. Yeah. It just sounds like I'll be encoding a manual process, you know, like day 08, because I don't think there's any way to automate between digits. You still need to, because every digit just is it's a human-like pattern, right? So I have to write rules for every single digit to find the next one, like the order of digits. So do we have to sort and compare? No, I don't think so. We do have to sort and compare, yes, for one thing, which is that we have to make sure that these are all alphabetical so that when we compare this, we know that this is the same as this. right? So we do have to do that, like, because we need to find out what digit this is, and at that point, like, this and this have to be the same string. So we do have to sort and compare that. True, homie, sort and compare the PP sizes. True, 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 true. What am I doing? Okay, so resources, new file, day08 dot input. Now these guys got to be annoying because the test input they haven't actually given on the same line, which is a little bit annoying. Where's file day08 dot input? This is a surprisingly difficult problem, like in the sense, I wouldn't say it's like hard conceptually, it's just difficult to write the answer to, because it's like, also, oh man, I have to wait, I can just do a regex replace, right? Control H? No, it was Control R, I think, for replace. um we got to replace that with this. Oh yeah, so \n. I need to enable regexes, and yeah, let's replace all. That was wrong. Oh, right. I have to do that, of course, of course. Let's do a replace all. There we go. Fantastic. Cool. Okay, so this is our test input, this is our main input, and we can get started with the actual question. So let's create a test. All right. Split at, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was gonna do. Like, I think that's just a obvious way to do it. We do have to split it this, and then we have to split by space, so we kind of get all the data. So yeah. Um. All right. So we have our solver, and let's create a test function. Let's call it given test input. How many times do 1478 appear? Wait, what? Oh, in the output values. Okay. Bruh. We, what? 147 and 8. Okay, so that's gonna be the actual shit is gonna be in part 2. 147 and 8. We don't even need to see the inputs. We can just read the output for this. All right, cool. Sounds good. Count for 14778 is 26, right? 26. So yeah, this one's like super simple. Part 1. So that's like literally free. It's a freebie. They're giving us a freebie. So day08 dot prod dot test. Sorry. You know what? I'm just gonna put test file, private val test file, or input equals day08. That's it, right? Okay, so we do this. Assert equals 26 is gonna be solver dot get 1478 count, right? So create this member function that's gonna be returning an integer. That's gonna be a to do. Let's just go back to the test. Let's just run this. Of course, it's gonna fail. That's a given. And at this point, we just wanna have like the data as such. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna specify. Yeah, of course it failed. I mean, that's expected. But yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna specify. Okay. I just kind of wanna. Okay, I think I'll keep like inputs as a list of string and outputs as a list of string, right? And we will perform the transformations that we need earlier on. So should make an advent of code analysis where you have to write code linters for made up data formats or languages that pass all test cases. Hmm. Made up data formats slash languages that pass all test cases. What do you mean? Hmm. DeepSource going to release a hiring challenge soon, which is related to validation of a JSON-like data format. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Or you can split by space and have views. What are views? Hmm. Okay, let's see. Init. Okay, no. So we don't need an init block yet. Firstly, we'll have to define our private val inputs, which is going to be a list of string, and our private val outputs. Uh, Actually, no. We need the. Do we need the inputs to kind of map to the outputs as such? I don't think so, right? Should I just make a map for that? I think that would be better. Maybe. Um, Split by space and have views. The linter should pass all test cases. Advent of code analysis where you'd write a. Ah, okay. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually interesting. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like it'll be interesting to have like more variation in this sort of thing. Like I think like what Mad Flash mentions from time to time about advent of cyber, right? Like the cyber security advent of code. Like I think that's pretty interesting. Like we should be having more of this sort for different fields. Like potentially you could have stuff at you know yeah, like you mentioned, like for code linters, for probably even for compilers and things like that. You could have like a lot of very interesting topics which are explored in this way. This sounds like a super interesting, like kind of just a way to familiarize yourself with certain concepts, the languages, etc. So yeah, like this makes me advent of code makes me think a lot about data structures, right? So like data structures, I think like lead code does the same, but for to some extent you're under all sorts of like time pressure and all that, right? Like this just gives me a much more sort of measured look at data structures in general. Like I'm just like, okay, yeah, i can I can just like I can just learn how data structures are supposed to be arranged, right? And I don't really have time pressure for any of that. I can make my own revisions. I can see what works better, what works less well, and all that stuff, right? So not bad. mm, does Kotlin have PTR or iterator like thing? Okay, I assume you meant thing. uh Pointer or iterator? I mean, we do have iterators, yes. Like you can iterate over any kind of iterable collection, so yes, but no pointers really. If you think about it, pretty much everything, almost pretty much every variable is really a pointer, because it is actually just kind of pointing to something which is stored in the heap, right? So everything is stored in the heap for Kotlin and Java, right? So you don't really have the concept of how you have like pointers kind of separately mentioned in C++, because you don't really store variables on the stack. You do that for primitives, like, so if I have an integer, etc., I would be storing it on a stack, but any object is stored on the heap. So at that point, it's like the variable that you have is already a reference to a memory location, so it's kind of a pointer already. You don't really dereference pointers and do like the difference is like you don't dereference pointers, you don't it's auto dereferenced, you don't really dereference anything, and you don't really do address arithmetic. That's the most important part. You don't do address arithmetic in Kotlin or Java or anything like that. Like you don't have that kind of low level access to memory, right? So yeah. Okay, let's see. I kind of probably don't want this as a list. I think I want this as a map, right? So map of, so it's gonna be a string to, no, it's gonna be a list of strings, which is sort of the digits, right, to a list of string, which is again the output digits, right? um And I'm just going to do this to make the compiler error go away for now. And in the init block, I'm basically going to write it as C++ iterators are fairly unique. I don't really know too much about C++ iterators, to be honest. I might have known, but I don't remember anymore. So file name, and we want to process it by, what do we want to do, right? So we kind of want to read this. So it dot split on, yeah, so that dot, yeah, so I kind of want to have inputs comma outputs as such, right? So I kind of want to have, I don't technically need a map, actually. I don't technically need a map. I can just make it as a list of pairs, right? So list of a pair where the first value in the pair is basically the digits, right? I don't know if I can do this as such. So wait. So can I define the types here first? So type def, type alias, digit equals uh, or digits really, right? A set of digits which is a list of string, right? What's your problem? You can't do that. Ah, unfortunate. Wait, oh, move type alias to the top level. Okay. Oh, now you can do that. All right, cool. Can I make this private? Oh, I can make this private. Can I now reference it here? That's another question. Digits. Oh, I can. No, I can't. What's your problem? Oh, okay. Yeah, should be initialized, right? So list of pair of digits, comma digits, right? Um, deep source. Wait. Did I miss something? Oh yeah, Vacator. Hello, Vacator. What's up? How's it going? Deep source crossed 1024 Twitter followers. Nice, a really nice round number. That's good. That's really good. Um, okay, so we split this. We split this, and we kind of want this to be present as a pair. So inputs, outputs, or input comma output. I'll just call it input comma output, right? Val input comma output equals it dot split this dot. Can I do a map to it dot trim? Right. Although the it in this case starts screwing it up, so I will just add line. Yeah. Okay. There we go. 1 kilo followers, yeah. one kilo followers, yeah. I never thought of it that way. I actually 1 kilo, 1 KB followers, 1 KB followers, because one kilo is always 1,000, always 1,000. So what is this? I have no idea what you've just written. This looks like an input, but this doesn't make sense because the only digit with three segments is 7. So it's like these two can be sevens, this can be 7, but then these two wouldn't make sense because they would also have to be 3 digits. So fuck Twitch. Okay. I think you intended to format it differently, and then Twitch probably just ruined that. I have no idea. Let's see. Okay, so we split the input and output. I want to do a trim so that we kind of get the thing. We do want to make sure that those are digits though, so we want to do that, and we also want to split on space, right? So there we go. And so at this point, is input a list of string and is output also a list of string? Cool. So at this point, we just write pair of input comma output, or we can just actually write input to output. That's the nice part. and we remove the to do, and that's it, right? Input says set. That's how easy this is. Yeah, okay. David Beasley just tweeted, do not taunt core API." Wait, what am I reading? David Beasley just tweeted, "Do not taunt core devs," and I can imagine some core devs going apeshit over the tweet. Sadly, as mere developers will never understand the context. Who is David Beasley? I'm all the way over there right now. Like I'm at your first two words. As of this point, I have no idea who you're talking about. I'm assuming it's a Python core dev, but I can't be completely certain. Okay, so, but okay, so what do we need to do now, right? To get the 1478 count, right? So we already have a failing test. That's nice part, and we kind of need to figure out like why this is failing. So okay, so how do we fix this, right? So what we need to do is we just need to count the digits in the output values, which are 1, 4, 7, or 8. So that's super simple, right? So what we need to do is for actually I should not call this inputs. Shift F6. Let's just call this mm, data. It's a very stupid name. Let's call it data though, right? So for yeah, so for underscore comma output in data, right? So that gives us the output digits, right? So now for digit in output, for each digit, right? Actually, at this point, I'm pretty sure I can just, since it's like a list of strings, right? I should just be able to do data dot sum of, no, or count, where it, wait, why is the predicate a pair of digits comma digits? Oh, no, I'm sorry, I just did data dot count, output dot count. In fact, wait, we can do that directly from the overall data, right? So data dot count, um, it dot second, which is the digits on the output, right? Dot okay, so that gives us a list of strings. Sum of, no, not sum of. We again want to count. Wait, what is it that I want to do? For each of these, we kind of want to sum up actually. So the outer one is actually sum of, right? So the outer one is sum of it dot second dot count, where we count each each value which contains, nah. I'm wait, I'm confusing myself. Right? So we have a set of digits on both sides, right? So we have, it's a list of pairs. So so for each line, we kind of pick up for each line we kind of pick up the digits which are either 1, 4, 7, or 8, which are pretty easy to figure out, right? So we go through the output digits. If it's a 1 or a 4 or a 7 or an 8, we count it, right? So we kind of need, across the digits, the count for each one. We kind of need how many are a 1 or a 4 or a 7 or an 8, right? So at this point, it is what? A string. Yeah, okay. It dot length equals 1. No. So okay, for 1, it's basically 2 segments. 4 is 4 segments. Yeah. Okay. So I think I can do a when it dot length, right? So if it's 2 segments or 4 segments, 1, 4, 7, and 8, right? 7 is 3 segments, and 8 is how many segments? The 7 segment. It's a 7 segment display, right? So in this case, we return true. Else we return false, right? Cool. And what's your problem? Add explicit parameter name to the outer lambda. Replace it with explicit parameter. Yeah, I think this should be digit. Cool. So we take the outputs for each digit within that. We kind of pick true at this point, and we sum up across all of the counts, right? So for each entry, we kind of have a count. We sum up all the counts, and that's kind of what we return. So I can just do an equals, and I can just get rid of all of this stuff. That's it. Okay, cool. What's the reformat code thing? Yeah, there we go. Okay, awesome. Now it looks better. Okay, cool. So I think this is the solution. This has to be. All right, what have you guys been on? He's one of the OGs of Python. Interesting. Okay, I'm surprised I've never heard his name, I guess. Can you do something like this in Kotlin alongside Guido and Tim Peters? Okay, I've heard of both of those people. I know who Guido and Rossum is. I know of Tim Peters as well. I haven't heard of David Beasley for some reason, but now I have. So here we go. Can you do something like this in Kotlin? Uh, As JK. Iterator and iter. What are these two arrows for? Like, I don't get what these two arrows are for. Like these two over here. But if you're talking about, are you talking about like getting a slice out of this? Like you essentially want to iterate across all the characters in this? You can do that. You can take a slice of a string. You can take like a sub list sort of a string. There's a thing called a sublist. I'm pretty sure it works on strings as well. Like 99% certain it works on strings as well. Let me just try that. So input dot subsequence. Yeah, the subsequence. There we go. So it gives you a char sequence. Yeah. So you can give a start index, or you can give it a range. So I can actually specify like from the first character to the sixth character, and it will do both of them inclusive. So does it copy? That's a good question. Subsequence might copy. I think this might create a copy. There should be another one. In lists, you do have a sublist which doesn't create a copy. It actually returns you a view of the thing, but I don't know if substring range. Wait, so substring given, I mean, okay, yeah, okay, fine. I have to specify something, huh? So does this give, it returns a string. I'm not sure if one of these doesn't, because you can't modify, actually it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters because you can't modify strings in Python. Sorry, in fuck, you can't modify strings in Kotlin anyway. Why did I say Python? I saw Runtime Law's name over there in the corner, and I was suddenly like, oh yeah, like my brain just flipped. But yeah, I don't think. I'm pretty sure they do create copies or not. I think that is not something you can control, but it shouldn't matter either way because you can't modify a string. You cannot actually modify a string. Strings are immutable, completely immutable in Java and Kotlin. So yeah, you cannot modify strings at all. So I think it depends on implementation. In some cases, it will probably create like a new memory space for that new sort of substring, and in other cases, I guess it just won't, and it'll return a reference to the existing string. I don't think you have control over that. I don't think it matters. So since, like I said, you can't modify, there's no question of modifying the string at all. It does matter for lists because you can modify, for a mutable list, you can modify the stuff in the middle. So it does matter for lists, but even for that, you do have a sublist method. So I can have like a list of stuff and integers, let's say, and I can do a dot sublist. And sublist, if you notice, like takes a from index. So let's say 1,6, I put sublist, from index and a to index. If you see the documentation for this, the returned list is backed by this list. So non-structural changes in the returned list are reflected in this list and vice versa. So it's a view of the portion of the list, right? It's not the actual, like, it's not a copy. So it does matter for lists. So over there, you do have that option. For strings, I don't think you do because you can't modify a string anyway. So yeah. So David Beasley recently wrote Python Distilled and is like the most important book that I need to buy. It's his third and probably his last book. Interesting. Presenting Cali's ultimate gap moe. Oh, is Calab? Oh, okay. Uh, I honestly don't really know. Is this Iron Mouse? No, this is not Iron Mouse, right? No, this is. I have no idea who this is, actually.
I love cats. They're my favorite animal. I love cats so much. I just want to pet both of them on the head and snuggle with them and give them pets and scratchies underneath the chin and behind the ears. To give them a little belly rub, roll over on their back and rub their belly. Hey, come on, babe. Come on, cats are sweet. They're gonna please you.
I have to. I
Okay.
have to admit that these guys are like really, really good at being entertaining on stream. Like just doing random shit, right? They're just super good at being entertaining on stream.
Oh, baby rabbit!
Like,
I love rabbits too.
I mean, I don't think I've ever watched like more than like 10, 15 minutes of any VTuber's stream really, because like yeah, again, personally like not super into them, but it's like every time I see clips, I'm like, okay, wow, like I have no idea how they managed to pull this off so effortlessly each time. Like at some level, I'm like, is it an act? Is it not an act? Are they like this in real life? Like I don't know. It just sounds like, because I'm pretty sure it has to be an act to some degree, right? But at the same time, like I don't know, they're super good at being very spontaneous about a lot of these things, and just being really cute about the entire thing. Yeah. I find that pretty impressive. What are you looking? Oh yeah, that's the direct libgen. Okay, yeah, no. Time Lord likes to buy books like physically, so physical books. And at the same time, I think like he has his company gives him like a deal on like books. He can just buy books and charge it back to the company. So I guess that works. Essential reference which I've ordered, Python cookbook I've read and distilled, ordering as soon as it's available. Nice. Slice thingy, does it copy? Yeah, I answered that one. Oh, I had to write char array today. I'll do it. Okay, I just got confirmation. We're doing an advent of code analysis. Wow. Okay, you are doing this. That's fantastic. Um, they all look the same to me. Oh yeah, the VTubers. Yeah, I guess. I mean, no, I mean they don't look the same. I suppose. I mean, I do see the kappa, but like, yeah, they are very, very unique with their character designs. Like most of them, super unique with their character designs. But at the same time, like it's just I don't know. There's a lot of them to keep track of at this point. It's like keeping track of them is like a full-time job, dude. So half of them I don't even recognize. Like I recognize the Hololive EN ones. I recognize some of the Hololive JP ones, but that's about it. I don't really know anyone outside of that. Um, Even the Hololive EN, I think some of the newer ones. I think there was one who debuted very recently. I don't really know anything about her, like at all. Mm, anyway, the book deal is over now. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. Interesting. Hmm. That's sad. Does all your work involve writing Python? Most of it, yeah. Writing Python analyzers. Yeah. Time Lord works on like static analysis for Python. So the boobies stand out for sure. Well, for some of them, I think like it's kind of like they have these characters designed for all sorts of um all sorts of preferences, right? They've kind of understood their target market really well. So like yeah, dude, they're the biggest. You know that they're the biggest earners on YouTube, right? Like the Hololive VTubers are like the biggest earners, the biggest streamers on YouTube by far. One of them, like she retired recently, like she stopped. Kiryu Koko, I don't know if you've heard of her, but she was like the number one earner on YouTube for a very long period of time. So they killed the book deal and raised everyone's salaries. I see. Yeah, I don't know. I'd still have preferred the books to be honest, but yeah, I guess practically speaking, it probably makes more sense. But um, yeah, I'd have still probably prefer the book deal. Okay, so solver equals day 08 input dot prod, and assert equals what are we on? Oh no, not assert equals println solver dot get 1478 count. Let's just run this, see the answer. I heard boob deal. You wish. 367. Let's submit that, and that's an easy star. Let's go. All right, so part 2 is we need to be able to figure out the remaining digits. Right. Okay. Cool. People were abusing the book deal to order way too many books. Yeah, so that's what I said, right? I would prefer the book thing. Like, by far. I would prefer the book thing. Like, if like I mean, they should have kept a limit potentially on like how much you can spend per month. I don't know. Like, they should have kept a limit, like not a small limit, but a fair limit on like how much, because like you would I think it would still work well for the firm, because I don't think everybody in the company would be, super interested in reading books. Then again, that could be true, given that like the company is relatively small. I think like that could be true. Most folks might be, and it might actually be making a dent in their finances. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like, it just sounds like a better thing. You give a slightly higher limit, and but keep a limit, right? And let people buy whatever books they want, and not everyone's going to use it anyway, right? Or not going to use it every month, right? So some folks are just not going to use it at all. That's always going to be the case, right? So that's how it kind of works out for the company overall, rather than just increasing everyone's salaries by like a minuscule amount. Like, I don't know, was it like a sizable increase in salary? I would doubt it. Anyway, now we kind of need to figure out, all right, so what's our part 2? Right? We need to determine the remaining digits. Consider the first example above. Okay. Careful analysis. The mapping between signal wires and segments only makes sense in the following configuration. DDDEAF. Okay. So the unique signal patterns will correspond to the following digits, right? So essentially, we now need to use the input side, and we know that A and B are on 1, DAB is on 7, so that means that, the top segment is D, so we can figure out the top segment from that, and so on, right? All of that stuff, like, I think, like, yeah, we'll have to figure out an algorithm for this. So oh yeah, they restructured the salaries and standardized it. This was after funding. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So it was sizable. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, I guess. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I suppose like you can still buy books. That's still a thing you can do. Unique signal patterns would correspond to the following digits: 8. Okay, 4 digits of the output value can be decoded. Therefore, the output value for this entry is 5353. Following the same process for each entry in the second larger example above, the output value of each entry can be determined. Adding all of the output values in the larger sample produces this number. Okay. So what's going to be our larger sample is probably the big one that we have. Yeah, it's the big one, right? So yeah, so let's actually just use that, right? Let's use that, make that what we need to do. I think maybe we can even write another test for the smaller example, but it's fine. I suppose like we can just use a larger one, right? So 61229 is what we expect, right? So given test data count for no, so it's basically total output value is that, right? So cool. So solver equals day08 input.test, right? And assert equals, what am I writing? Assert equals what's the number? 61229 is solver dot get total output. Cool. And let's create that as a member function, int and to do not yet implemented, right? That's fine. Okay. How we want to solve this is, okay, now we need to come up with sort of the algorithm. Veritasium recently fucked up big time in a video. I know that he kind of went on a spree of trying to put out a lot of like these controversial science videos. Like it was kind of like, um, yeah, like the stuff that's like super hard to prove or just seems very counterintuitive. And he sort of offered like a challenge or something. Was he wrong on one of those? Which one was this? I might have watched it. Which one was this? What did he fuck up on? Hmm. Okay, let's see. So, how do we want to actually decode this, right? And unfortunately, like knowing the digits is not going to be enough for us. We need to iterate, like we need to take the digits and actually convert it into a number, an integer. The challenge one, he was right. No, no, no. That was one of them. Look, one of them, he did a challenge, which was the sort of the wind vehicle, the land vehicle that was powered by wind, which can travel faster than the wind that it's being powered by. He was right about that one completely. There was another one which I watched recently, on which he made another kind of counterintuitive claim and challenged on that. I don't know if he was right on that one as well, but he seems to have been going on kind of a roll of this kind of stuff. But which one? Which video are you talking about? I don't know what to Google for this. So like, Verita. Yes, yes. Electricity doesn't run in wires. That's the one I was talking. Yes, exactly, exactly. I watched that as well. There as well, he mentions at the start of the video that he's like super sure of this and all that stuff. Like, um, is Veritas him wrong about electricity? Yeah, I watched this video. Um, did he delete the video? Yeah, it's still there. I watched this video. I have liked it. I watched this video. Helicopter riddle as well. Oh, I haven't watched that one. I haven't watched that one. Was he wrong in that one as well? That one though he's correct on. Okay, so he was just wrong in the electricity video. Was he actually wrong? Is he right? I'm not so sure, is what this guy says. But no, Electro Boom has Mehdi has made yeah, exactly. He's made a comment on this. One thing to remember is that the two wires being 1 meter apart have some capacitance between them, and such capacitance existing right from the start transfers some power to the lamp. As the switch turns on and the voltage on the line flips, Veritasim's video is designed with all sorts of clues and limitations around the problem that are hard to pick up. But at the end, if we go with all the limitations Veritasim imposes on this problem, he is right. Interesting. I'm 99% sure he's wrong because he's answering an electrodynamics question with an electrostatics answer. Honestly, look, I don't profess to know enough physics to be able to tell if either of them are right or wrong, right? Like I did fairly well at physics in JEE, but I that was like 10 years ago almost. I don't know how long has it been? Yeah, that was almost 10 years ago at this point. So I don't really remember too much of it, but honestly like look, when I watched Veritasim's video, I didn't feel like he was wrong, but I also felt like there was some major parts of the explanation that were just missing. Like in the sense that it didn't exactly make a lot of sense to me, like a lot of intuitive sense. Like I couldn't tell by the end of the video that, oh yeah, this makes sense. Like I was able to tell that with the, with the vehicle, or the land vehicle which moved faster than wind, right? With that, I was able to tell that he was right. This one, that was this one, because he actually won a bet against a physics professor, and he made models of this and everything, right? So he proved this works in the real world, right? He actually sat in this vehicle. This was a really good video, but yeah, but like with this, I could feel like he had actually grasped the problem really well. In this one, sorry, not this one. In this one, it I don't know. I just didn't get that sensation. But again, I don't really know too much physics. I can't really say with any authority what who's right and who's wrong. I can only watch these and probably just go like, yeah, of course. Like I understand. Doesn't. In the meantime, like you've seen the meme, right? Uh, I think this is fuck. I can't find the meme. What's that meme? It's something like this. Yeah, this one. This one. That's me, right? When I watch these videos, most of the time, there's just me. So yeah, That's kind of the problem. Look, the problem that I have with a lot of these, is basically that um okay, it's clear. Okay, yeah, I'll check this out. Just give me 1 second. Wait, do I have something else I wanted to do? Okay, no. Okay, yeah, let's check this out first then. Because we haven't actually started with the algorithm yet on that. I think that's going to take me a while to figure out. So yeah, sure, why not?
Recently, Derek at Veritasium, which is an excellent channel that everyone should subscribe to, by the way, posted a video describing a thought experiment involving a light bulb that generated a lot of discussion online amongst physicists. The link to that video is in the description, and you should probably watch that first. In this video, I want to discuss one important detail that Derek and many of his supporters here on YouTube consistently overlook. First, and before I get into what the thought experiment is, I should mention this is not my field. I'm formerly an astrophysicist, currently a nuclear physicist, and so I might be overlooking something myself.
Oh yeah, the video volume is like maxed out, but I think like I'll have to raise it on like OBS. So
But I think I remember enough of the pain I experienced taking Jackson E&M to feel pretty confident that a lot of people are looking at this problem the wrong way. Okay, so with all the caveats out of the way, let's get to the thought experiment. Suppose you have a battery with a switch connected to an extremely long circuit. So long, in fact, that the light travel time around the entire DC circuit from the negative end of the battery to the positive end is 2 full seconds. But the distance between the parallel portions of this circuit is only 1 meter, so the light travel time between these parallel lines of wire is roughly 10 to the minus 9 seconds. Now suppose we place a bulb directly opposite the battery. When we close the switch, how long does it take for the bulb to turn on? At this point in Derek's video, he starts describing the pointing vector, and frankly that warmed my heart. I hadn't heard that phrase since college, and it was nice to see someone explaining it on YouTube. And Derek's explanation of the pointing vector is spot on. The pointing vector describes the flow of energy through the EM field, and in this circuit, points directly out of the battery and into the bulb. From this description, Derek concludes that the time for the bulb to turn on is 1 over c seconds if we use SI units. Essentially the time for the propagation of the
so
energy
this was the
in
part
the
that I
EM
didn't
field
really get
from the
what it
battery
was
to the bulb.
like
He even
in
includes
the Veritasium
discussions with
video.
other physicists to back up this claim. Unfortunately, this is wrong for several reasons.
Okay.
I'll get to the physics reasons, and by that I mean the math reasons why this is wrong. But first, let's see if we can alter the parameters of this thought experiment in really minor ways to break this experiment in ways that violate inviolable axioms of the universe. If we can, then something is fundamentally wrong in this explanation. In Derek's explanation, and in most explanations elsewhere on YouTube, the presumption is that we can ignore the shorts that are a half-light second away in either direction. Then we can treat the 2 parallel lines of wire as either a very big capacitor, elsewhere on YouTube, the presumption is that we can
This guy needs a better mic. He honestly needs a better mic.
Ignore the shorts that are a half-light second away in either direction.
Okay, so essentially he's talking about the fact that we can ignore the fact that the circuit is closed at both ends. He said ignore the shorts, right? So shorts are where you close the circuit. So essentially a half light second away. Right. Yeah, so essentially it takes light half a second to go that way and to go that way. Does that make sense? Yeah. So half. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why it takes 2 seconds to go all the way around the circuit from like the negative end to the positive end or whatever. So yeah, I think that makes sense as well. Right.
It's fundamentally wrong in this explanation. In Derek's explanation, and in most explanations elsewhere on YouTube, the presumption is that we can ignore the shorts that are a half-light second away in either direction. Then we can treat the 2 parallel lines of wire as either a very big capacitor, in which case power flows across the gap in 10 to the minus 9 seconds.
I see.
Or we can treat the top wire like a giant antenna and the bottom wire like a giant receiver, in which case the power radiates across the gap in 10 to the minus 9 seconds.
Gotcha.
Or we can resort to talking about the B field in the top wire, establishing a mirror field in the bottom wire that pushes current along the wire to light up the bulb. And that happens in 10 to the minus 9 seconds. Or we can simply trust the math of the pointing vector and conclude that the EM field is carrying the energy out of the battery and into the bulb across the gap in 10 to the minus 9 seconds.
Cool.
All of these explanations conclude the same thing. The bulb turns on more or less 10 to the minus 9 seconds after the switch is thrown. If that's the case, what's the function of the switch here? If the bulb doesn't care about the shorts on either end, why does it care about the switch? Can't I simply move the open switch far enough away that it's out of the causal bubble of the bulb? And the bulb will spontaneously turn on without anyone closing the switch. How far away does the switch have to be for that to happen? If it doesn't turn on until the switch is closed, can I put another switch a half-light second away, and flipping that switch on and off would cause the bulb to turn on and off 10 to the minus 9 seconds after I flip it? Apparently, regardless of the fact that the causal connection between the switch and the bulb is a full half second. That violates causality and common sense. What's so special about the switch that turns an inert wire into an
Fuck, I
antenna,
never thought about this.
or into a capacitor, or establishes a B field? What if I put switches on both sides of the battery and the bulb? Does this still work? What if I leave the switch out entirely and just have two parallel wires? If that works, then does simply attaching two loose pieces of wire to a battery cause it to power every bulb in the universe? Or what if I move the bulb to another location on the circuit? The pointing vector still points out of the battery and into the bulb, but now they're not aligned. In fact, what if I move the bulb so far that it's on the top wire now? Does the bulb turn on immediately when I close the switch? Now we're not invoking capacitance or B fields or antennae, so I can just get rid of this bottom wire. Can I power literally anything this way with an open wire if it's long enough?
Okay, this
So
guy
why
just
does this original
destroyed
setup
it.
confuse so many good physicists into
Holy
making
shit.
conclusions that violate causality and common sense? Well, as I mentioned earlier, Jackson E&M is a painful class, and the primary cause of that pain is that up until then, physics students discuss electrical fields and circuits in the static sense. That is, all of the E and B fields already exist in a working circuit. With Jackson, now we're dealing with electrodynamics. And this thought experiment is an electrodynamics problem, not an electrostatics problem.
Right, because you
There are
close the
moving
switch
charges
to
in this
start
problem
everything
that
move.
were stationary
Right.
before the switch was closed.
Exactly.
That's the source of the confusion. Let's take the antenna explanation. What causes an antenna to radiate power? Current. And what would cause current to flow in this circuit? A voltage difference on either end of the battery would do
Of
it.
course,
Switch
of
or no
course.
switch, a potential difference in the EM field
Is needed.
must propagate along the entire circuit at roughly the speed of light. Really, it's less than that, but for this video, it's fine to say it's the speed of light. If there's a break anywhere in this circuit, there will be no potential difference and current will not flow. If there's no current, there's no power radiating from the top wire. How about the capacitor explanation? It's the same problem. If there's no current on one end of the capacitor, there's no current on the other end either. How about B fields? Well, those are established by the E field, and the E field gets its direction from the current flow.
From the current,
no
of
current,
course.
no E field, so no B field. So no mirror field. In fact, one thing that Derek fails to mention was that the reason the pointing vector points out of the battery is because the E field points in the opposite direction inside the battery.
Wait, what?
Is because the E field fails to mention was that the reason the pointing vector points out of the battery is because the E field points in the opposite direction inside the battery.
True, true.
Why does it do that? Because of the potential difference. What establishes that potential difference inside the battery? The current does. Why is there a current? Because there's a potential difference along the circuit. There's no way around this problem that the energy only flows out of the battery once there is a current. And there can only be a current once the EM field is established along the entire circuit, so roughly 2 seconds after the switch is closed. Now let's get to the mathy explanation. Going back to the pointing vector, this formula does not tell you the time rate of change of the energy of the battery. This is the static field description of an already established EM field. So what is the time rate of change of the energy? Well, let's look at Poynting's theorem for that. If U is the EM field energy density, then the time rate of change of the energy density is given by the divergence of our usual Poynting vector plus another term.
Okay.
Wait, what's this J here? That's the current density and comes from the motion of charges. In fact, this entire term, J dot E, is the electric power dissipated by the circuit. If J is 0, there's no power and the bulb doesn't turn on. There has to be a current flowing in the wire, and merely closing a switch doesn't cause current to flow. It seems that way in ordinary circuits we build on Earth because the EM field establishes itself essentially instantly. But if our circuit is astronomically large, that's going to take a noticeable amount of time, and the current won't flow until the EM field is fully established along the entire circuit.
So it's going to take 2 seconds,
So what's the lesson
basically.
we can take away from this? Well, if you're describing a dynamic system with an equation that doesn't have a T in it anywhere, you're going to have a bad time. And if you're trying to power a circuit without moving charges, or you're trying to suggest that the EM field moves the charges rather than them both acting mutually on each other, then you probably block Jackson E&M out of your memory, and I don't blame you.
I like this guy. Also, he looks like this. Really? His voice sounds nothing like that. His voice sounds
Or you're trying to
absolutely
suggest that
nothing
the EM
like what
field
he
moves
looks.
the charges rather than them both acting mutually on each other.
Like, bruh. This guy looks like an Indian uncle. He sounds like a half-starved college student though. Amazing. This is great. This is really good. I'll get to the physics reasons, and by that I mean the math reasons. This is actually really good. Wow, okay. Great video. Great video, honestly. Great video. Holy shit. Half-starved college uncle. Yeah, I mean, look at him, dude. He looks nothing like what he sounds. But damn, okay. Amazing. Actually awesome. Like, wow, that was a really good breakdown. Like that was like a super, super good breakdown. I didn't really expect something of that depth. That was good. That was damn good. Cool, cool. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's get started on the algorithm, right? The all right. How do we fucking do this? Okay, cool. So we need to know. I think this is gonna take a little bit of finagling on the graphics tab. Just give me 1 second. Let me fetch that. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm just gonna have to connect this because look, we have to figure out which digits we're gonna compute through commonalities on which other ones. Like we kind of have to compute all the digits in a specific order. Like the immediate thing I can say, for instance, is like calculating one is fairly straightforward, but we won't know which segment of which thing is going to be one. So like the first segment we're going to find out is the top segment because 7 and 1 are have like two segments common, but then the top segment isn't common, right? That this is the reason why I'll need the graphics tablet just so that I can actually walk through this. But yeah, where's the pen? Oh yeah, here it is. Um, oh, I have gone and disconnected everything. Okay, I'm so glad I bought this thing though. It's so good. Such a good general tool. Like just being able to write this stuff on the screen. Super, super useful. Especially if you're like working from home and stuff. This thing is like a godsend. It's damn good. Mm, cool. Should be able to write on the screen now. Right, awesome. Um, are we are we having the right mapping configuration? Yeah, I think this is correct. Like it doesn't really go across into the other screen, does it? Yeah, I think we should be fine. Yep, okay. So let's just boot up whiteboard. Um, got it. Okay, cool. So that was like the previous question. We'll just scroll over to like a new section of the board here. Keep it empty. Wait, are there limits on the board size now? I thought there weren't any limits on like how big the board could be. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess that's where we'll keep it. We'll try and pull it here so that. Oh my God! Wait, that's a friend of mine. Just give me a second. Uh, give me 1 sec. Um, okay, so let's see. All right, cool. So how do we solve this, right? So we have the digits. All right, so the digit 1 is like this is one segment and this is one segment, right? And we will see we'll basically have yeah, so the bit like the digit 7 is like over here. Oh, why did I even pick that pen? This one's like the multicolor thing. Damn it. Okay. So the digit 7 is like that. So this segment is unique. So all right, so the first thing we can figure out is pick up 7 and 1, right? Pick up 7 and 1, and the uncommon segment is the top one. Is the top one, right? Uncommon segment is the top one. And then hang on. It's weird. Hang on. Okay. So yeah, the uncommon segment is the top one, right? So that's for 7 and 1. 8 is going to be literally worthless for us. So like anything with 8 is fine. We don't actually have to care about it. We know which one 4 is, but 4 gives us two other segments, right? 4 gives us two other segments. Like it's kind of like, so 4 will have this segment and this segment extra, as well as like this and this. But it doesn't help us know which one. Okay, so we need to figure out the top segment of one. Like we need to figure out this segment, right? So we have two choices for that. I think what we need to do is figure out a digit which is sort of having a common segment with it, um, which happens to be just be this one, right? So the way we want to do that is we pick up the segment for 2, but the problem is we don't know which one is 2 because 2 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And this could be 5, it could be 2, it could be a whole bunch of things. Can it be 5? It can still be 5, right? So 5 has the bottom segment, 2 has the top segment, which is common with 1. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, this is complex. This is like, I don't know why this question is just so odd. Like, honestly, I feel like this question is like overly complicated, right? So it's like 1 has this segment and this segment, which is, sorry, just this segment, which is common with 2. 5 has this segment, which is common with, sorry, yeah. 5 has this segment common with 1. 2 has this segment common with 1, right? So let me just erase this. What about with 4 or 7? Wait, 7, we already know the top segment from that. So 7 has 3 segments, this, and this. Again, 2 and 5 will have the same kind of confusion. Okay. Okay. We'll have to figure out a whole bunch of things, right? So 1 has, so 0 has 1, 2, 3, 4, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 0 has 6 segments. 1 has 2 segments. And this is like a lock because there's no other digit which has 2 segments. Let me just scroll down slightly. Can I just move all of this stuff? I can just like lasso all of this, right? Oh God, I didn't realize that's how it worked. Okay, so we lasso all of this. We kind of want to move this down, further down. Just go away. Okay, I don't know what happened to that. That kind of just, yeah. All right, wait. Let's just do it from here, right? So we want to move all of this like there. Cool. Yeah, it takes a few seconds to try and move everything. I don't know for what reason. All right, cool. So, so this, all right, so this is fine. 2 has 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits. 5 segments, right? 3 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. So 3, 2, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. 4 has 4. Yeah, 4 is fine. 4 is a lock, right? So 4 is a lock, has 4 segments, and this is a lock, right? Because nothing else has 4 segments, right? 5 also comes here. So 5, 3, and 2 all have 5 segments, right? 6 is, wait, how does 6 look in this example? 6 has the top one as well. Okay. So 6 has, let's see. 6 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 and 0 both have 6 segments. Okay. 7 is a lock because 7 has 3 segments. This is a lock as well. 8 is also a lock because it's the only one which has 7 segments. 9, which is just the inverse of 6, I assume. Yeah, 9 has the bottom one as well. It's not just, yeah, because it could be just having the vertical line and no bottom line, but it does have the bottom line. So, what's up, Red Frog? Hi. We're trying to solve a very annoying question. So 9 is just the inverse of 6. So 9, 6, and 0 all have 6 segments. Cool. All right. Now we have to try and figure out how do we get unique segments? Like what's the algorithm? How do we figure out like which segments are unique, right? That's kind of what we want to know. All right, cool. So again, with 1 we have 2, and with 7 we have 3, which this one is the uncommon one. So we kind of know the top segment is, we've figured out the top segment, right? Now we just need the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, bottom center. All right, cool. Everything else basically, right? So yeah, cool. What else can we figure out, right? So given that we know that, we still can't uniquely figure out the two segments of 1. We know which two they are, but we can't figure that out without some other thing, right? So let's look at 4, for instance. 4 has 4 segments. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 is literally useless because it has all the segments. So knowing which ones are common with 8, it's literally going to be the entire digit. It has all the segments. Literally useless for us. So 4 has all these. Okay. And 7 has this and this. I don't know if there's like an easier way to solve this, honestly. Like there might be some sort of fully automated way of doing this, but I feel like we do have to figure out every single segment individually. Like with 7, we know the top segment, right, at this point, and we have these two. So those two are common with this and this. So it leaves this segment and this segment. We still have 2 segments that we don't really know, which is which, right? But if we can figure out 0, yeah. So if we can look at 0, this segment doesn't appear in that. So we can figure out the center segment, right? By looking at 4 and 0, okay, so center segment is in 4, not in 0. Okay, so top segment is, right, so 4, are we sure that 0 is a perfect overlap on this? Yeah, exactly. So it has all these, it has this as well. It doesn't have this one, right? So top segment is basically in 7, not in 1, okay? Center segment is in 4, not in 0. The problem is we don't know which one is 0 yet, all right? So we don't know which one is 0 yet. That's the main issue, right? We can't figure that out yet. We can figure out 4 though. So here's the question. If we look at 2 and we look at 4, all right, can I reduce transparency? I don't think I can. I can make this light blue. That's about it. So if I look at 4, that's like that, that, and that. Notice that there are 2 segments that are uncommon. I think the same will happen with 5, maybe. Oh, sorry, not for 2. We don't care about 2. We want to differentiate between 6 and 9, right? 4 versus 6 and 9. So, holy fuck, okay. This is complex, dude. I'm struggling to think of if there's like a simpler way of doing this, honestly. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, that's 6. So that leaves, oh, that's so unfortunate. It maps with everything except this one. So the problem is we don't know which one is 0. We don't have an easy way of figuring out which one is 0. Okay, we leave that for now. Right? We'll think about that for later. But for now, I think that's like the center segment done, right? We still need to figure out which one is 0. Okay, so yeah. Now, can we find out? Wait, so 6 and 9 are like this. 7 is unfortunately a part of 9. I was thinking like, okay, so out of 0, 0, 6, and 9, you can figure out which one is 6. Because 0 will perfectly overlap with 7. 0 perfectly overlaps with 7. 9 perfectly overlaps. Hey, don't use this username 123. What's up? How's it going, man? Okay, so 0 perfectly overlaps with 7, right? So I'll just like make that a different color. 9 perfectly overlaps with 7. 6 doesn't perfectly overlap with 7 because we have this particular segment here. So we can figure out which one is 6. This is horrible, but yeah, unfortunate. This is sort of, oh, Gokul, hi, what's okay? Did you just create a Twitch user, like a Twitch ID, a Twitch account? Fuck. Did you just create a Twitch account, or has this always been your username? Oh, you just created one. Okay. Uh, did you? Okay, I'm gonna ask you a weird question. Did you have a Mixer account, by the way, at any point of time? Um, 6. Okay, let's see. So, what's up, Stim? How's it going? How the games today? What did you play? What did you play? Unfortunately, I was kind of at work and had a whole bunch of stuff to do at home as well. After that, I went and got myself a haircut, so I wasn't really able to catch anyone on stream. But yeah. Um. So we can find this segment because it's the only one that's. Oh, okay, that's nice. We can identify both 6 and we can identify this segment. Oh, I'm good, man. I didn't play today. Ah, I see. Okay, okay. I just thought I missed your stream, to be honest, because like at work sometimes I browse Twitch on occasion. I did that today as well. I didn't really see you live, but then again I thought maybe that was earlier than you when you usually come on. So um ah what do I do? Okay, so right. It's so hard to encode these. Good lord. Okay, so this is the top right segment, right? So let's put red again. Top right segment is it's in 7, not in um not in 6, of which 6 we can actually identify because it's has or 7 is not in it, right? Or more like that. Yeah, so 7, because 7 we can identify all of these digits. We can identify this and this off the bat, right? We have a problem with the remaining 6 digits. Yeah, we have a problem with the remaining 6 digits. 4 digits we can identify out of 10. I saw 69 and I was like, all right, recording. I didn't even realize that's what I was doing here. I've been too caught up in this nonsense, dude. Like, yeah. So 6 we can figure out because it's in 069 and 7 is not in it, right? I don't know what better way I can write this out, right? This sort of rule. But we can figure out which one is 6. Now we can figure out the top right segment because of that. And because of that, we can figure out the bottom right segment as well. Bottom right is the remaining segment. Remaining segment in 7, right? Because we have figured out the top segment, that's here. And we have figured out the top right segment, that's here. So the bottom right segment is all that's left. So that's this one. Cool. All right, and now I just realized that I needed to have made more space here because honestly my writing is a complete mess. Can I just move all of these? Yes, thank you very much. Let's move that. Oh fuck, I forgot a few. No. Let's see. I have to lasso these correctly. So keep all of that, keep all of that, keep all of that, keep all of that, keep all of. Okay, cool. There we go. And we move these down here so that we get a little more space to scribble more. Good lord. Okay. Okay. So we figured out like this segment, we figured out this segment, we figured out this segment. Cool. We have 3 segments down, right? And how many out of 7? 4 to go. 3 segments down, 4 to go. Okay, cool. So at this point, we know which one is 6. Can we figure out at this point which is the top? Okay, or yeah, so 6 we know. We should be able to tell which one is 9, which one is 0, right? Do we have enough information to be able to tell that? So we know which one is 6, all right? This one's known. And from this, we have figured out top, this, and this. Is there something which will... The problem is we don't know enough segments to be able to tell apart the rest. Like, how many out of the segments we know, like, and the digit we know, if we overlap 6 and 9, we know which one is this segment, right? So if we overlap 6 and 9, right, we have this segment and this segment which don't match, right? These 2 segments don't match because all the other segments kind of overlap. These 2 don't match. We know this which one this is because we have already figured out the top right. So we can figure out the bottom left as well. So bottom left is by overlapping 6 and 9, which, yeah, I realize what that sounds like right as I say it. 6 and 9. And from this, we can actually figure out 9. We can figure out 9 because if we've if we've overlapped these two, we know the bottom left segment. If we know the bottom left segment, that's the only one out of the 0, 6, 9 set which doesn't really have the segment, right? So we know which one 9 is, which means we know which one 0 is, which means we know the center segment. Because the center segment can be gotten by overlapping 0 and 4, which is already over here, this rule, right? So we can figure out which is the center segment. So we've gotten the center segment, we've gotten the bottom left. We kind of have only 2 segments left. And I think at this point, I should have enough information directly to be able to tell from the rest of the digits, right? So once we know which segment is which, okay, now to put this in code, that's going to be far harder. Holy fuck. Okay. This is going to be like super annoying to write. Honestly, I wish there was like a better way, but I can't really think of one. Oh god. Okay. I can't really think of one. That's the main problem. Okay. Let's see. So, what's our data structures that we need to actually be able to figure this out, right? I don't know why this part of the problem is so hard. Maybe I'm solving this in an extremely complicated way, which is completely unnecessary. Maybe I'm just being stupid, but honestly, this seems to be the only way to solve this question. Right? I need to guess. Yeah, I need to figure out like every digit from this data, right? So, okay. So let's not try to be cute. Let's write the stuff. Okay, here's what I would have done. Assume all possible 7 combinations and try to see if all the digits are valid digits with that combination. 7 factorial is like 300k. It's not even that big. Yeah, I suppose that's another way to do it, I guess. But the question is, would you actually end up with something unique with that? Yeah, I mean, obviously, I guess if you're trying all possible sets, yeah, all possible 7 combinations. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, no. Kind of, I don't know. Like, yeah, I get that would probably work and would run fairly fast on this system potentially. Then again, there's the inputs. We have a lot of them, right? We have like 200. Actually, yeah, that's not a lot. It's 200. Usually, it's like over 500 that we have usually, but I don't know. Yeah, no. Okay. We went this far. All right, we went this far. We tried. So let's actually try and do it the right way. Why can I suddenly select and drag this stuff? What was this supposed to be? Oh, this was supposed to be center. Okay, cool. Was this the word center? I have no idea how to write. What on earth did I just write? How is this an E? What? Okay. Jesus. Yeah, this is what happens when you don't touch a pen for months. Yeah. It's like, man, I still remember like my first grade lessons in cursive writing, and looking at this, my teacher would probably just kill herself. She's actually already dead now that I think of it. Yeah, sad. My first grade teacher, like, yeah, I remember like she basically um she taught us this like as though it was the most important thing that we had to learn, cursive writing. Like, wow, my handwriting used to be so neat back in the day. Guess what? PyTest 6.24 is 6.2.4 is broken. Got a lot of very slightly broken builds. How is it broken? How did they break it? Also, I wrote in a slightly tilted manner for some dumbass reason. Now I have to read it like this. Can I rotate everything? I can rotate everything by 90 degrees. No, that's sorry, that's a redo button. That's not a rotate button. Updated to 6.25 and the whole test suite runs fine now. Interesting. They broke path? Oh, wow. Interesting. How? Okay. I suppose it was like probably some sort of config change that was kind of untested. Oh god. Okay. Okay, I'm dreading having to write this. I'm honestly dreading this. All right, cool. Let's see. So while segments, right? So we want the segments. So I'm gonna have to initialize a map initially. So map of giving pairs. Okay. So yeah, so let's see. So first it's gonna be top segment to um what are we supposed to find out? Like which letter is which segment, right? So that I suppose so I have to make this a mutable map, of course. Um what's your problem? Empty character literal. Oh, I guess I'll keep it as a space for now because I suppose I can't make it empty. Yeah. So anything with a space is like a sentinel value that it's empty. So top left. So I'll just copy paste this part, right? Right. Okay. So oh yeah, I'm supposed to put commas. Kind of forgot about that. Top right. Bottom left. Bottom right. Commas. Why am I forgetting commas? Bottom right. Actually, should I be cheeky? Should I be cheeky and kind of make it like harder for myself and kind of just do stuff like this? Actually, wait. So wait. Alt cap up. No. Alt. I honestly don't remember how I was supposed to create an up arrow using this. Wait. Okay, Alt 27. No, man. Okay, never mind. I was just trying to see if I could replace these all with like Unicode arrows. Just put like top, top left and all that stuff. Does this IDE not have multi-line editing? It does. Like I can do this. It does have multi-line editing. Like for what though? Oh, like you mean put all the commas at the end? Yeah, I suppose I can do that. And so top left, bottom right, and then bottom. I'm so sorry. Okay, so that gives us 7 segments, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, okay. So that does give us 7 segments. Bro, I did this handwriting book during the summer vacation. It worked for like 2 weeks and my body just went fuck it and I went back to the doctor font. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean that's a problem. Like writing kind of tends to look worse and worse if you don't keep writing. That's the main problem. Like it's just you've got to just keep writing and like keep focusing on writing well, because that's really the way it works. Because it's very easy if you just don't pick up a pen for a few weeks. It's very easy for your handwriting to sort of just reset. It's kind of weird. Like you'd feel like muscle memory would actually keep your handwriting really good, but I always find that my handwriting worsens significantly and stays bad for a long period of time if I don't write frequently. I need to keep writing. It's not like riding a bike where it's kind of like the next time you get on the bike after like years on end, you're still able to ride it. It's no, your handwriting looks like shit. That's the problem. So actually, I suppose similar things would happen if you play Apex. Like in the sense that like you don't play for a long time. I suppose like if you just let it go for like a couple of seasons and you came back, your aim would still be trash. It's not like you would have forgotten how to aim, but it's more like it would still be trash until you went and spent like a few weeks trying to get back to form. Like that's what I feel that's probably true. Gross motor and fine motor skills, yeah, potentially. I think that makes sense. Do you know how to ride a bike or a bicycle? I know how to ride a bicycle. What the fuck? You've seen me ride a bicycle, bro. I had one in the first like I had one in like the entirety of first year. Like I had one. I had the same bike even in future years. So I just never used it. But I had one throughout. Like I was using it frequently throughout first year and half of second year, to be honest. You've seen me ride it. You've seen me ride it. I just don't have a license. I can't ride any powered vehicles. I don't have a license. But I know how to ride a bicycle. What the fuck? Bruh. Man just went and accused me of not knowing how to ride a bike. Jeez. I'm pulling your leg, okay. I mean, come on. Oh, okay. So let's see. All right. Firstly, we need to figure out the digits as well, right? So, okay, we need to know which are the digits. So val digits equals, right. So we need to know each digit. Actually, I feel like naming this digit was bad. I'll just call this display actually. Shift F6, I can just rename this, right? So I'll just call this display because it's really the sort of that LCD display, which is a list of string, right? So it gives you an input display and an output display. So we need to figure out the output display values given the input display values. So yeah. For context, he was late to every class by 15 minutes for 3 years because he refused to use the cycle. That is true. But that's not because of that, by the way. You're taking two statements which are true, and you're sticking a because in the middle of them. They are two separate clauses. Clauses. There's two separate clauses, right? I was late to class for 15 minutes for 3 years. That is correct. I refused to use the cycle. That is also correct. The reason I refused to use the cycle was because of the accident that I had where I fractured my thumb. After that point, I just decided, fuck it, I'm not going to use the cycle anymore. And the reason I was late to every class for 15 minutes was because I timed it that way, and it wasn't 15 minutes. It was depending on the prof. It was depending on the prof. Like for some profs, I was 5 minutes late. For some profs, I was as much as 15 to 20 minutes late because for every prof, I was trying to figure out what is their baseline, after which point they won't let me inside the class. Occasionally, I did fail with that baseline. Um, Occasionally, it did, yeah, I was just not allowed into class. That did happen a few times, but not as often as you might think. So, yeah. It was not a uniform 15 minutes of lateness for every single prof. That never works. Figure out every professor's tolerance limits and then exploit that to the maximum. That was my college motto. But yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. Man, I still remember, Brinda's classes, I was never late. Not once. Because I was late once and like by 2 minutes, and she didn't let me into class. So I wasn't late for Brinda's class even once. Like zero times. I was never late for a class after that point. I was like, okay, she just doesn't have a tolerance. I have to reach exactly on time. there was there was no point in trying for that. So this also needs to be a mutable map, I think. 0 to, again, it's sort of like we have to figure out the strings, right? So can we just copy frick, comma, copy, paste, and we have to do, again, this might seem like a very crude, very stupid way of doing things. Actually, what the fuck am I doing? Wait, I have a way of generating this, don't I? Don't I have a way of generating this? Mutable map of or mutable map of so that's an int to a string, which gives us, can I not provide a generator of some sort? No, I can't. Wait. Does not have constructors. Of course it doesn't. Wait, can I not provide, like, I thought there was like a builder of some sort. Alright, man, I have to go now. I'll see you later. Have an awesome stream. Thanks, Tim. Thanks for sticking around. Man, let's see. I just wanted to. Can I not? No, I can, right? Yeah. There's like an easy way to do this, right? So it's sort of like I just need to do 0 to 9 dot map. So I need to convert this into like sort of a list of pairs, and then I can do a to map, I think. I'm like 99% certain. So if I convert this to like it to string, and the string is just empty dot to map. Yeah, there we go. So what's your problem now? Oh, Bruh. Huh? I was not even aware this was a thing. Okay, cool. Uh, let's call that digits, right? So for each digit, we kind of have a map as well. All right, cool. Now, okay, so what we need to do is, okay, so the first thing we need to do is we have to figure out, okay, the digits, and now this we need to do for each one, right? So in itself, this thing has to be kind of moved into a separate method. Let's just move this. So this in itself has to be done for each. So for input comma output in data. Fuck you. Wait, did you do the brute force thing? Did you do the brute force thing? I suppose that would have been enough. I implemented a standard mutable string in Python. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a completely different thing. Okay, I thought you were solving the problem as well. All right. I was like, holy shit, that was fast. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you can, like, if you went with like sort of the the 7 factorial brute force approach, you can still probably beat the amount of time that I'm going to spend on this on this question. But I just kind of went like, okay, I spent this long coming up with this crazy thing. At this point, like, it's kind of like that fucking scene from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where that guy has like that whole conspiracy theory board, and it's like it's connecting maps together. And like, yeah, with all those pins, that's basically what I've done here, right? And at this point, I need to have something to show for it. So, um, okay, so for each of these, we need to kind of analyze input, given the input, right? So the input is going to be that display, sort of, yeah. So the input, wait, is going to be a list of strings. Wait, that's not a display actually. It's more like the output. It's displays. I don't know. I'll just call it display. It's fine, right? So analyze input. Let's create that function. Input, which is a list of strings. That's fine, cool. And oh yeah, like I should probably leave the to do in there. And what we want to do is we potentially want to move all of this stuff inside that, right? So control X that. Let's put that here, right? So giving us, and we need to return something out of it, right? We need to return something out of it. We will handle that part, right? So cool. So we get the segments, we initialize the segments, we initialize the digits, right? So now at this point, we kind of need to figure out which is which, right? So wait, associate with, I think, returns a map, but I want a mutable map, right? So mutable map, there we go. Yeah, we want a mutable map. Where did that open? I just clicked on it, but I think it opened up somewhere else. Yeah. Char array, check the tests, I guess. Mutable character array. Does it have a GitHub? Wait. Oh yeah, there it is. Tests. Okay. So like concatenations, comparisons, and mutable string, huh? How do you mutate this though? Like, which of these tests are actually checking for the mutation? Because I'm assuming this one probably creates a copy, right? Does it not create a copy? Also, is double equals in Python like something that compares the object reference, or does it compare like the values? Like, because in Kotlin, double equals doesn't function like Java's double equals does. Like in Kotlin, double equals actually calls the equals method, which will compare the values and not the reference. it compares the reference if you haven't really overridden the double equals method, but in a lot of cases you will. So, oh, that's mutation. Okay. So I'm assuming that Python's double equals actually does check reference. So in this case, you're checking that the reference has actually been modified to match this particular thing. No, wait, I'm confused. Wait, if this has to be a constructor, right? Wait, that's mutation. Wait, where is 3 colon? This one. Okay. Chars equals char array of this, chars this equals ABCD. I see. Okay. Chars double equals char array ABC ABCD. Interesting. You could also do char 0 equals Z. Okay, and that'll just set the first character to Z. Interesting. So double equals, yeah, it does compare the value then. It doesn't compare the reference, it compares the value. Because you're evidently constructing a new one here, so it has to compare the values. Okay. Yeah, I suppose that works. How does it work under the hood? What's the logic? Let's see. So, okay, so we want to do this associate with dot to mutual map, right? So we take the input. What we want to return is the segments. We actually want to return the segments, which will contain which one is which, right? So we actually want to return like the set of segments. Technically, I feel like this could be, yeah, this could be a data class instead, right? So let me just create a private class segments, right? And keep yeah, let's do that. Let's create a data class segments with, yeah, so I suppose we can just sort of yeah, is there like an easy way by which I can just kind of do, wait, I think that's an easy way. We can just do this and do that and select that, Control X that thing, paste it here, do this, val this of type char. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about the commas. I keep forgetting about the commas. There we go. All right, so I think we should be segments where we just have everything blank as such. I think like potentially we just want to set that in a constructor, which this is segments blank or wait, like space as such. So we copy that and paste it 6 more times, copy that and paste it once, two, I should have copied it with a space, 3 4 5 6 7. Expecting member declaration. What? Oh, this, sorry. There we go. What's your problem? None of the following can be, oh, okay, I think I put an extra one. There we go. There are 7, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Yeah, there are 7. Yo, lion arrow cat question mark? I'm confused. What? Is that supposed to be like, is that supposed to be an inheritance question? Like, I forgot which direction the arrow is supposed to be. The arrow points to the superclass, right? So you're saying is lion... Oh, lion to cat. Oh, you're talking about the beard. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just went for a haircut and a shave today. So, yeah. Nerd. I'm so sorry. I was like, I was so certain you were talking about like some sort of, fucking You were talking about a question of UML diagrams or something. I was like, oh yeah, no. So like the arrow thing in UML diagrams represents like, and I was like, wait, that's the wrong arrow. It's usually the one with the line and the triangle at the end of it. And I was like, so I was just thinking like, wait, am I thinking of this wrong? But like, yeah, I was thinking of it wrong, but just completely. Good lord, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I feel duty bound to apologize for that one. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I've been spending so long on this problem. Help me, God. Okay. So cool. Firstly, um we wanna fix this associate with method because we already know what a few of these digits are, right? So given when it is or it is an integer, right? Or okay, in this case, like it's like we know it is, yeah. So we know the ones for which are the locked ones. Fuck, where did I move that? 1, 4, 7, and 8, right? So 1, 4, 7, and 8 we're aware. So when it's 1, we do something. When it's 2, when 4, we do something. And the weird thing is I don't need commas or anything for this. So it's like a 7 to do and 8 to do and everything else we just return it's supposed to be an empty string, right? So yeah, so that's cool. Is digit still the accurate data type? Int comma string? Yes. Today's problem put my English comprehension to the test. Yeah, it's an annoying problem, honestly. It's like Time Lord stated like a way by which we can brute force this second part of the solution, but it's not. I don't know. I feel like that kind of solution is like it's just not clean enough for me at least. So I felt like yeah, I need to write this a little bit properly. But the proper solution is so annoying to write. It's not like a happy little, like okay, there's a nice neat little algorithm which wraps it all up together. No, it's just a messy set of rules that you kind of have to figure out. And there might be a different set of rules, honestly, which work better than this one, but it's still going to be a fairly messy set of rules. It's just how fuck me. Okay, so it's more like, okay, so we have to figure out which of the inputs, which of the so input dot filter it dot length equals 2. All right, so that gives us add explicit parameter name to outer lambda. Oh yeah. So this is going to be the digit, right? So the digit is that. All right, so it's day 8, dude. I'm gonna do this in 10 minutes. I've done similar things at work. Fuck you. um what's the problem statement anyway? So the problem statement is basically that you have these inputs which look like this. All right, so each line in this is a different set of 7-segment displays, and it's basically like this is the input set, and whatever comes after this vertical line is the output set. All right, the only thing is the segments themselves are all jumbled up, right? So here we can tell that, for example, we can tell that this is the segment, this is the digit 1, because this is all 10 digits, by the way. This gives you the description of all 10 digits. So you can tell that this is the digit 1. Okay, you can tell that this is the digit 1, but you can't tell if this is the top segment and this is the bottom segment, or the other way around. Like you don't know which is which segment, right? So the one has 2 segments, right? So it's like a top segment and a bottom segment. Similarly, you can tell this is 7, but you can't tell which is the top segment, which is the so the topmost segment, which is the top right, and the bottom right segment, right? Those 3 segments, you can't tell which is which. So but looking at these two together, you can actually tell that, for example, you can tell that C references the top segment. So C is the top segment, right? So we know that the letter C represents the top segment. So that's going to be true for all of them. So all of them, C is now the top segment. Cool. So we have to now use this to filter down and arrive at every segment. We need to understand, like we need to know every segment, or every digit more like, and then we have to find out what this output is for each one, and we have to add up all the outputs. Was away for a bit. Did you check the implementation? Hang on, what are you talking about? Not yet. I'm honestly just like really stuck with this problem. So so what I'm doing right now is trying to filter out, like I'm writing rules for filtering out each digit, right? So we already know what 1, 4, 7, and 8 are, because 1, 4, 7, and 8 all have unique number of segments. So 1 has 2 segments, 4 has, so that's what, 1 has 2 segments, 4 has 4 segments, 7 has 3 segments, and 8 has 7 segments. So we know which each of these are, but we don't know any of the others, right? So we have to figure out all the digits. We need to get the association for each digit. And then we kind of have to read the output, and we have to figure out like what the yeah, we have to figure out what the data is. So that's kind of what we need. Oh, and also I completely forgot to do one thing, which is basically like map.split, trim, split, delimiters. Okay, we do that, but I kind of want to take each of these and also convert them, like also sort them. So sort, I think, sorted. No, sorry. So dot split gives you, oh, sorry. So trim, split gives you a list of strings. I want to sort each string inside that, right? So this gives me 2 strings. So wait, can I write it like this? And then this gives me 2 strings. At this point, I just want to dot map it. So in this case, it is still a list of strings. Wait, that's weird. No. That's not what I want. Wait, why is it still? Does it give you a list of a list initially? I'm confused. Wait, so you take each line, you split by the vertical, and that kind of gives you a list with 2 things. And then you take each one and you split again. Oh yeah. Ah, of course. Can I instead do a map inside this? Write it dot sort. No, how do you sort a string? Sort, like sort a string. What do I want to do? I want to kind of make it alphabetical, like app Kotlin sort string alphabetically in Kotlin array. Oh, really? Is this the only way? Okay. I don't like this. Sorted will return new string, leaving the original untouched. 2 char array dot sorted dot join 2 string. Is that the only way? Okay. In that case, we'll do it the ugly way. I don't care. We'll do it the ugly way, right? So input dot 2 char array. Wait, 2 char array is not a thing? Huh? Then what? What are they talking about? Wait, input is a string, right? Oh, it's a list of strings. Oh, fuck me. Oh, right, of course. Jesus. Yeah, it is a list of string, right? Yeah. Kind of wanted to. Okay. This problem is best solved on paper first. Yeah. Hence this. Two sorted set looks promising for other reasons. Yeah, no. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. I know what that does. That's not what I want, unfortunately. I just want to sort both the input and the output, each string within it, right? I want to sort each string within this, not the entire thing. Like essentially, I have a list of strings. I want to sort each string in the list of strings, and I kind of want to put that back, right? I want that as the input. So yeah. But apparently there's no easy way to do that. Dot map. So this gives me it dot again map. So it's more like this will be the digits. Yeah, digits. So digits map. It dot 2 char array dot sorted dot to what was it called? Join to string. given a transformer. Nah, I just want this one. Wait, so what does it do by default? Join to string uses by default a separator, which is separator. Wait, let me just go to the implementation. Char sequence I, it uses comma. Nah. So, okay. So at this point, cool. All right. So input is still a list of strings. Input to output is still a pair of list of string to pair of list of string. Let's just try running. So this should be 367. Let's just try running that again. So solved part one is still fine. All right, cool. The reason I wanted to do that is so that every digit, sort of every, yeah, so this will not get confused with this. Like these two are actually exactly the same segments, but it's unsorted. So we need to sort them so that they form the same segment. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, hell. All right, cool. So now we kind of want to do the same thing, but we want to put 4 here. We want to put 3 here, and we want to put 7 here, right? So 7 here, and everything else we don't actually know, all right? So dot to mutable map, and that gives us like a mutable map of digits. All right, cool. Now, what do we want to fix, right? So, oh, I have to change all of these to var because all of these are modifiable. All of these are modifiable, right? So I have to change all of these to var. Cool. Now, now how do I want to do this, right? So firstly, we can find, let's go back to the notes. We can find the top segment. It's in 7 but not in 1, right? So top segment, right? So segments dot top equals the letter, the character that is in 7 but not in 1. So we need to find sort of a set difference, I guess. Can I create a set of a set from a string? So can I take digit of 1? So 1, 4, 7, and 8, right? Technically, now I feel like I needn't have written this. Yeah, I could have written this as an array rather than do all of this nonsense. I could have just written this as an array. Should I still do that? Because I feel like arrays are probably better. Wait, let's do that. Array of int 10, and I can still pass an initializer, which I will use it or digit in this case. There we go. And what's your problem? Oh, oh, I'm stupid. I'm actually stupid. Yeah. No, it has to be a map. It has to be a map because like the value has to be. Oh, now I'm stupid again. Jesus, man, why am I like this? Okay. Again. Control X that. It has to be an array of strings. String has to be an array of string of size 10 where the digit maps to that. Now what's your problem? Found any? Input dot filter. Wait. Input is a list of strings. Oh, dot filter. Oh, I'm an idiot. Right. So once we do dot first, we have to do dot first everywhere. So that. There we go. Oh, hell me. All right, cool. Remove that. And what's your problem? Oh, I wasn't aware you could do that. Dude, I love IDEs, man. Holy shit. I wasn't even aware you could do this. I didn't know that first took a parameter. Amazing. I'm embarrassed by my first instinct to do shit like this is to write in Python. I mean, fundamentally, I don't think like Kotlin's implementations are very far from what Python has. To be honest, it's pretty much the same thing, right? Like I can do it the same way, really. Okay, so it needs to be in 1, but not in 7. How do I solve this, right? So I need to convert this to set, I think. So it gives us a set of characters. Pog. Okay, I didn't know I could do that again. I was hoping I could do that, but I didn't know I could do that. So it's in 7, but not in 1, which means 7 has an additional one. So it's a set difference between digits 7 minus digits of 1 dot 2 set. Okay, and that gives us a thing, and I just need to, I know that this will be left with only one character, so I just need to do a dot first, so to get a character from that. Pog. All right, cool. Okay, cool. So that's the top segment. Okay, cool. Okay. Now, center segment, we know the rule, but we can't figure out the center segment yet because we don't know what 0 is. Now, 6. We need to figure out what 6 is. All right, so we just need to do it this way. So digits of 6, right, is equal to what? Right. So what's our rule, right? It's in 069. Okay. So we need to keep track of 069 as well, right? Okay, so how do we do that, right? So it needs to be in 06. So we need to keep candidates. We need to keep candidates as such. It's not going to be an array of a string. It's going to be an array of a set of strings, and then we have to delete candidates as we find them. So let's do that, right? It's nice that we're like learning this as we're going along, but all right, cool. So dot to set needs to be a part of any of this stuff, and let's copy that. Let's paste and paste. Else, all right. So for now, we'll just to do this. So what's your problem, man? Found set of char. Wait, what? So no, we need to know. Huh? Wait. What's your data type? Set of char. Why? What does dot to set do on a char C? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. So it's not to set. I kind of have to do a set of, right? And I put that. Now what's your problem? This should be correct. Set of string. Beautiful. Okay, so we just need to do that because now I think the problem is like, yeah. I got it. All right, cool. So let's just do that. Let's do this. Let's put a set of. Let's put that, and let's put a duck, and let's just delete this part. Beautiful. Okay, cool. So those are fine. In fact, in this case, we don't even need to use first. Technically, we can just use filter because first is not necessary per se. Oh no, I was wrong. We need to use first. Okay, cool. Okay, I was just being an idiot. All right, so 069, right? These we need to create it using the set of so it's more like, okay, so here we need to do input dot filter it dot length equals, what was it for 0, 6 and 9? 6, right? I hope I haven't made a mistake in any of that theory. Dot to set. Beautiful. And then so 0, 6 and 9 are fine, and then that leaves 5, 3 and 2. 5, 3 and 2 we need to write it as input dot filter it dot length equals 5, right? Dot to set. Cool. And now else we just go to not implemented exception, not implemented error, and we pass in, can we pass in, oh no, sorry, we just have throw, throw not implemented error. Can we pass in anything? We can pass in a message, and we'll keep this message as the digit, right? So it'll tell us like what was the digit that we were actually, sorry, not digit. Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah. But realistically speaking, we won't get any other digits because it's just 0 through 9, and we are not really accepting any user input. So whatever, it doesn't matter, right? That's just for stupid logging purposes. Cool. All right. So segments.top is, so now at this point, it is going to be a set when I get every digit, and it's going to be a set of strings, right? So it's more like digit 7 dot, because I know it's a single one, right? So in this case, this is going to be a string, right? Dot to set minus digits 1 dot first dot to set dot first again. Cool. So this is fine, right? Why not do something like input dot group by it dot length? Mm, would that work? Is that a thing? Like, if it's a thing, then cool. Input. Wait. Let's just try that. I'll just control X that so that I don't lose the data dot group by it dot length double equals 5, I guess. Oh, no. Wait, so group by is groups elements of the original collection by the key returned by the given key selector. Oh, I see. Okay. This will return a map. I see. This will return a map which groups by the different lengths, and then but then we still have to assign the digits to it, right? We still have to assign the like we know. So the key. Oh, so we have to pass in a key selector. I see. But the key selector would still have to kind of be similar. But I suppose that would be pretty good, to be honest. That would still be pretty good. It gives a map, okay. Yeah, I suppose that would be neater than what we wrote. Yeah. I might refactor this. To that, but basically for now, I feel comfortable having it as an array. I think that's okay. But yeah, I think that's definitely a better solution than what I just did. Why is this unreachable, by the way? Why do you say it's unreachable? Oh, is this just because there's a to-do part at the end? Yeah, okay. Cool. Oh yeah. That's because to-do never returns. To-do always throws an error. That's the reason. To-do is like it's a nothing returning function. It's not a unit returning function. It's a nothing returning function. So it never returns by definition. So yeah. In Scala, it's a thing. Right. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. But it's fine. Okay, so now we have to figure out digit 6. So it's in 069. It's in the 069 set. And 7 is not in it. Okay. So that's how we identify 6. Which means that it's part of. So digit 6 equals. So I can take this and filter out, right? I can filter out anything where the string contains. So the set that we get from the string. So it dot to set dot contains, or more like 7, right? So digits of 7 dot first. So this one gives us a string dot to set in it dot to set. No. Required boolean found unit. Why? I'm pretty sure I've like confused myself, to be honest, but yeah, wait. So this set is in, wait, can't we do that? Both are sets of characters. Or do we have to do a dot contains call? Dot contains, wait, can we not check if a set is in another set? Kotlin set is within another set. What's this called? Um, Subset of, is that a thing? Subset is not a thing. Contains is a thing. I think I can do a contains all. I can technically do a contains all because I can pass in a collection here, which means that would work. Set. Can we not do the in operation? I was 100% sure you could do the in operation. MyPy has a type for it as well, no return. Few places where that happens is you always throw, where you run an infinite loop, or where you do an os.execvp, which replaces the current OS process with whatever you run. Okay, I haven't seen the third one, but I've definitely seen examples of the first two in Kotlin, and those two I'm pretty sure are documented as well. But yeah, that's essentially where you want to use it. That's right. Os.execvp replaces the current OS process with whatever you run. Interesting. Contains. I guess I can do a contains all. Kotlin docs look great. They're actually good. They're actually good now. They used to be a little bit worse. They are good now. Can we not do the in method? Wait, I don't even know how to search for this. Whole words in the set. I just want to know if the in method is available for this, man. Like, is it not? Like, Kotlin. Set is subset. Okay, subset. Whatever. Contains all collection. Yeah, I suppose contains all is supposed to be the way we do this. Why do we not? Why can't we use the in operation? Okay. Contains all. Passing in digits 7 dot first first dot two. Actually, can we no, we can't. Dot two set, right? We have to do that. So not if it doesn't contain all, then in that case that's digit 6, right? So right. So at this point, I just have to put this to digit 6, I suppose. 6 equals. What's your problem? Oh, type mismatch. Okay, dot two set. Jesus. Doing such stupid shit here, honestly. Like, okay. Why does filter always return a list? Like, can I not take a set and filter it to get another set? So digit 6 is a set of strings. I filter it to remove the strings. So at this point, I'm fairly certain that digit 6 is supposed to be a single. So can I just write an assert statement here? So assert digits 6 dot size is 1, right? So this is what I expect at this point. Cool. Okay, cool. So wait, let's see. Can I run this and let's see if I'm managing to get to the to-do part, to the to-do part, right? Yes. So analyze input is succeeding, which means this assert is succeeding. It throws an assertion error otherwise, and we are not getting an assertion error, which means that that's correct so far. All right, cool. Cool. Okay, so maybe we should remove the assertions later on. We'll just leave them in for now. Or is it something like the assertions don't really work in and runtime assertions have been enabled on the JVM using the -EA JVM option? Oh, maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it just doesn't. Can I just? I'll just print a len for now. Let's run that again. It should say true. True, 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 true. Yes. All right, cool. So that's true for everything, right? Yeah. I don't know if asserts will be, actually, there's an easy way to check that, right? So I can just do that and let's run the test. Let's see if we get an assertion error. Hopefully we do. Yes, we got an assertion failed. Fantastic. So that actually works. Cool. So we leave these in. So these will be helpful for actually checking if everything works, right? So we are saying that digit 6, right? So this is the first digit that we have at this point, right? So we know which one is digit 6. Let's go back here, right? So top right is in 7, not in 6, right? So segments dot top right equals it's going to be the same thing. I'm just going to copy paste that. So it's in 7, not in 6, right? So there we go. And at this point, like, I'm pretty sure that we should have the solution for this as well. Okay, cool. So we know the top right. Now we need to find the bottom right, which is the remaining segment in what? What did I just write there? 7. Okay, that's a 7. It's the remaining segment in 7. We know the top and the top right. We need the bottom right. So segments dot bottom right equals so it's gonna be digit 7 dot first, of course, dot to set, right? Right. Actually, doing this, I'm kind of trying to, unfortunately, what I'm focusing on is trying to find the segments and not the digits, which also works, I suppose, but at the same time, yeah, at the same time, like, it's kind of like I have the segment, I have the segments now. I still need to figure out what the digits are for each of them because I have to actually convert it into a numeral at the end of the day. So that's going to be a little bit annoying again. That's going to be a little bit annoying again. Fuck me. I completely forgot about that part where I have to actually convert it into a numeral. So I should have been focusing on finding the digits and not the segments. Oh, god damn. Okay. That is horrible. We know we have to find only 6 digits, right? We don't have to. Oh my god. We don't have to find the segments. We have to find fucking six digits. That's all, right? So we know 6. We know 9. We know 0. So at this point, 5, 3, and 2 are left, right? Um, okay, yeah. So using this so far, all right. Let's jump back into this, right? So using this so far, we can actually find 6, 9, and 0. Fuck me, dude. I've been like running. This problem has been running circles around me. I'm pretty sure the actual solution for this is gonna be so fucking simple. I'm gonna look at the subreddit tomorrow morning and I'm gonna cry. All right, I'm actually gonna cry. Like, this is gonna happen. Holy shit balls, man. This is like legitimately. This is like the most. Fuck. Okay. So 5, 3, and 2 are obviously the most fucked up digits, having 5 digits each with a lot of random overlaps and a lot of other stuff. You're on the right path. Am I? Okay. I mean, I just have 3 digits left to go, right? Because we know 4 digits off right off the bat. We need to find only 6 digits. I really completely forgot the focus of the problem was to find the digits. I literally told you I can do this in 10 minutes a day. Fuck you. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. But how do you okay, what apart from the brute force way, which I know is possible, what other way would you recommend? Like, is there literally any other approach which I'm missing some obvious thing that is like because again, like the brute force thing, I know I can do, kind of don't want to do that, but yeah. I just want to know if there's like something very obvious that I'm missing, right? Um oh man, okay. All right. Let's see. So 5, 3, and 2. Shit. Okay, 5, 3, and 2. At this point, we kind of know a whole bunch of segments. We know a lot of segments actually at this point, right? We just need to know. We know the center. This is an E. I have to correct that. This is an E. All right. We know the center segment. We know bottom left, bottom right, top right. Everything is done. There's only like this segment and this segment to go, and that's fine. But we need 5, 3, and 2, right? So 3 has everything except these 2 segments. So it's the only one, I think. Wait, 2, 5. Oh, fuck. 5 also doesn't have the segment. Fuck me. 3 doesn't have both segments, basically. But we don't know top left, do we? Not yet, at least. We haven't figured out top left. Focus on number of segments needed to represent each digit. Yes, we already have a map of that. That's kind of what we built initially, right? That's kind of what we built initially. So that's how we managed to lock out this one, this one, this one, and this one. And then we managed to figure out 0, 6, and 9 through some sort of clever nonsense, right? So now we need only 5, 3, and 2. Between 5, 3, and 2, we kind of have to figure out. So now it's like I have to focus on the exact segments and not the number, right? Because 3 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, similar to everything else, right? So all of them have those segments. So 2 doesn't have this and this. 5 doesn't have this and this. Okay. So all of them have the center segment. The center segment is literally useless for distinguishing between them. So it's like we know a number of segments, honestly. Yeah, so like 2 is the only one which has this and doesn't have this, right? So we can figure out which one is 2, right? So 2 we can figure out because it has, based on segments we've already found at this point, we have this segment and we don't have this segment, right? Right. Okay. And now, yeah, both of which segments we have figured out, right? So, yeah, 3 also we can figure out because it's the only which has both segments. So 3 also we can figure out because, again, once we know the exact, oh, actually at this point, like all we can figure out because using this line alone, it's enough to figure out all 3, right? Because they have different patterns on each of them. So it's, oh yeah. This is fine. Okay, cool. All right, so we just use the right side vertical, right? So right side vertical, that's my note for this. Cool. So we use the right side vertical, and if we use that, we are able to figure out like 2, 3, and 5. 3 has both segments, 2 has only one of them, and 5 has this one and not this one, right? So using that, we can figure out like each of those. Cool. Okay, awesome. I think like that should be sufficient. That should be sufficient. Right. That should be sufficient, right? So in that case, all right. So we can just continue, right? So we need the top right, bottom right segment. We also need to figure out 9 and 0 through figuring out like the bottom left. Unfortunately, I forgot to write what was the process for figuring out 9 and 0. Oh, I think like 9 and 0, the process is really the fact that, can you tell which songs to buy? No, I can't. I have no clue. I want to invest in index funds now. Yeah, so do I actually. So do I. Speak to an investment manager. I honestly have no like real idea of any of this stuff. How do I know what to get? No, that's what I said. You'll have to speak to an investment manager. Like, speak to your bank should be able to put you in touch with one. Your bank should be able to put you in touch with one. But in general, like, I mean, it sort of depends. Like, if you're doing active investments, you really need to study the market to some extent. You need to understand, like, do it start early? I know. See, honestly, like, I should have started way earlier, but I didn't really understand how most of it worked until very, very recently. Like, just about a few months ago, really. And yeah, and that's just like, yeah, my dad actually has an investment manager. And so I've been in talks with that guy, but there are some restrictions around what investments we can make because like I work in Goldman Sachs. So there are some restrictions around what kind of investments we can make without having to like, literally having the firm kind of, go with a magnifying glass over your investments. So also like we aren't allowed to make in general any kind of like active investments. So like we can't like invest in stocks directly and things like that. Like I can't buy or sell stocks. Because there's even a slightest possibility if it happens that you get some insider information, then the firm is legally liable. So the firm is legally liable for any kind of market manipulation or anything that happens. So they try to prevent all incidences of that. So in general, you're not allowed to like trade in stocks and stuff, but we can trade in like we can invest in like passively managed mutual funds. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking forward to doing. So yeah. Lol, what mate? That sucks. I mean, it's again government regulations, bro. Like that's just like international government regulations. So started with UTI's index fund, switched to Nifty B's ETF, also an index fund. Okay. I have no idea what either of them are. I mean, I know what index funds are, but I don't know any of the specifics. And honestly, I don't think I'm supposed to know any of the specifics as such because, like I said, like the only thing that we're like directly allowed to do is like invest in like any passively managed mutual fund. So yeah, passively managed as in you don't get to directly decide where the sort of the your fund manager gets to put your money, like gets to invest your money, right? Which sectors, which stocks, and all that. That's their problem. Like they will invest, they'll make the smart investments. You don't have to think about it. You shouldn't have to think about it. So that's kind of a um, that's what a passively managed fund is. So yeah, and you might know all of this stuff anyway. But yeah, looking at HDFC and Nippon, HDFC as an Nifty index looks good. Tickertape.in. What is that like? Liquidity, expense ratio, etc. Interesting. It's a good website. I've never been here. I actually don't know what expense ratio is, to be honest. I know what your liquidity measurements mean, but I don't actually know what expense ratio is. Expense ratio. You have like Investopedia for all this stuff. It's pretty good. Planning on getting into small cases? You mean small caps? Are you talking about small caps? Are small cases like a thing? I don't know what small cases are. Is that like a different? Oh, I see. Oh, it's a trademarked term. It's like a company thing. It's not. I see. Okay, it's not like a finance term. Gotcha. Also, oh god, yeah, no. Build your diversified long-term portfolio of stocks and ETFs. Basket of stocks that reflects an idea. Expense ratio is, oh, it's the cut that the fund takes. Okay. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. I mean, I've heard multiple terms for this, but yeah, yeah, I guess I suppose that makes sense. Yeah. You know what's worse than spaces for indentation? Mixed use. Oh yeah, absolutely. That you're not wrong. Because like mixed using it in a mixed way uh, sort of multiplies. Like it's kind of like you've got spaces which are already bad, and then you've got like why the fuck would you do both? Like it doesn't make sense. Like use one or use the other. Like and especially like in general, I think like I'm fine. Like I don't like people aligning things using spaces to align stuff because like it messes with refactorings and things. We have lots of code in our code base where the comments which have nicely been aligned by spaces have gotten fucked up because somebody went and renamed a variable or renamed a method. So that never works. I never recommend that. But in case someone does it, I'm still fine with like using spaces for aligning that while you use tabs for the indentation. But what I hate is like people doing this. This sucks, right? Never do that. Never fucking do that. So yeah, just don't do that. Oh yeah, commission. Yeah, expense ratio with commission, right? Mix CRLF. Mix CRLF is pain. One of our engineers had to deal with it. It's me, I'm engineer. Wait, what the fuck do you mean mix CRLF/LF? Wait, what? You mean the same file having some lines with CRLF and some lines with LF? Is that even possible? Of course that's possible. But why? How? What the fuck? It's me, I'm engineer. Vim was showing 4,800 lines in a file. VS Code was showing 7. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Dude, honestly, if I saw an error like that, I would never think about the line, like the line separators. Like, that would be the last thing on my mind. Like, I would be like, wait, what the fuck is happening? Like, holy shit. Like, I never even thought that would be. Huh. Yes, to cause pain. Some people are demons. How do you do it though? How do you do it? You would have to manually edit the file by hand, right? Because I'm pretty sure any editor you use, any fucking text editor you use, will save the entire file over with CRLF or LF throughout the file. Like it would change the line index throughout the file if you change the line index. Like you wouldn't be able to change it line by line in any fucking text editor. How do you do it? Do they probably notepad? Wait, what? Notepad on Linux and Windows. Oh, so you're saying like you take a Linux file, you open it in Notepad, but when you open it itself, it'll look wrong to you because everything will be on the same line. It'll literally look wrong to you initially when you open it in Notepad. Like Notepad doesn't recognize LF at all. It recognizes only CRLF. So anything separated by just line feeds will be on the same line. All of it will be on the same line. So it'll already look wrong in the first place. Like I'd be surprised if anyone went and continued editing after that point. Oh man, how to post images in this comment section? Oh, are you talking about the chat, Imgur? Yeah, I think that's a fairly good way to do it. So yeah, you can post links. I have kept links more or less open. So get a Windows text file and edit it on Linux in Notepad. That'll work. Wait, what do you mean on Linux? On Linux in Notepad? Notepad, by Notepad, I specifically mean Notepad.exe, the Windows Notepad.exe program. I don't think there's an equivalent for that on Linux. I'm pretty sure every text editor on Linux is way more capable than Notepad is. Like, okay, actually, let's put it this way: every text editor in any OS is way more, including Windows itself, is way more capable than Notepad is. Any other text editor. So, I mean, a basic text editor, really? Would they? I'd be surprised by any modern text editor except Notepad, because I'm never surprised by Notepad anymore. All right, Notepad is just fucked up. I'm never surprised by Notepad anymore, but I'd be surprised if any other modern text editor actually didn't handle this. Like, went, like didn't kind of fix line numbers throughout the file by default, like when it was being opened, right? Either it should detect, might just show an error dot for CR. I don't know. Potentially, like I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed that this is like possible for people to do, and that like files actually exist which have mixed CRLF. Like this is never a thing I've heard of. Mixed tabs and spaces, yes, I've heard of this a lot. Never seen this in the wild. I didn't even realize this was possible. Like I know mixed tabs and spaces. I've never heard of this one. What the fucking hell? Horrible, 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 horrible. This is why you need Git, I guess. It just converts all your CRLF to LF when it's checking in. It's like, fuck you. I'm just gonna keep LF. I'm gonna convert everything. You'll have a mix of LF and CRLF. Broad code in a $1 billion business. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Uh, there's like this. It's this. This is what I am at right now. No fear. And then there's like mix of LF and CRLF, broad code in a $1 billion business. That goes here. Fuck my life. Oh my god. That's me. We need to make a fucking hell soundbite. Yeah. That's like my, yeah, I guess it's, yeah. You'll hear it more often. I'm constantly surprised by the chat, by atrocities in software. Like there are things that honestly you would see and you'd be like, there's this, like, come on, this is like, we shouldn't have to test for this because this is, no humans are capable for this. But then you fucking find them anyway. Like they're just there. They're just doing it. Like, oh god. Mixed CRLF. Oh my god. This is like horrible. Oh my god. I've had to stop using Git CLI because of this. Wait. Like no. As in, like, why did this cause problems with like Git CLI? Because wouldn't your Git command line, like when you commit, it replaces your or I think when you do Git add itself, doesn't it just do like replace all your CRLF with LF, which is kind of what you want, right? In this case, only on commit, right. Nightmares, yeah, absolutely. Fuck me. I'm like, yeah, this. Okay, so the bottom right is the remaining segment in 7, right? So we just need this to figure out, right? So segments are top right we found. We need the bottom right segment, which is gonna be so it's gonna be the digits in 7 minus the digits. No, minus what? Okay, so we know the top segment and we know the top left segment, right? So it's more like segments dot top left top. Unfortunately, I think we can't. So dot remove no, dot subtract other iterable char. Okay. So we need to provide an iterable here, just a collection. So wait, what does subtract do? Returns a set containing all the elements that are contained by this collection, not contained by the specified collection. Preserves the element iteration order. Okay, that's fine. Other iterable char. So I suppose we can just provide like I don't know, a list of segments dot top comma segments dot top left. No, top right. Sorry, top right. That gives us the segments bottom right. Right. What's your problem? Oh, right. We still need to do a dot first at the end of it, right? So what's your problem? Convert argument to set. What changed? Huh? Oh, was it just a nested bracket? Oh, it was a nested bracket. Oh, right. Okay. So wait, there's an open bracket. Subtract. So three open close brackets there. Oh, dot two set. Okay. Oh, it adds a two set at the end of it. How does that help? That improves performance? Interesting. That's weird. So in that case, like, couldn't I just do a set off instead of that and just remove this? There we go. Okay. All right. So dot subtract can probably be replaced with minus if I'm gonna put a set anyway. What's your problem now? Char found set of char. Oh, probably can't, right? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Do you have any helper functions that act on segments? No. I don't know if I should have any helper functions that act on segments. Honestly, the segments is really just a data class that contains all the different segments. That's it, right? Do we have to have any helper functions? The problem that I'm having is really more that digits needn't actually be a set. I think my original plan of having it be a specific string was better because right now I'm doing first everywhere, which I really don't need to do once I've actually locked in the string, right? Um, yeah. The only problem is like I kind of needed a way to iterate over the 069 set, right? And the 532. Like I just need a way. Maybe I should have just like hard coded that. Like just keep a 069 set and a hard five like set of 069, like the strings which go into 069, which can be 069, or the strings that go into 532, right? mm, Segments to int. Wait, what? Why would I return an int from that? Because what I really need to know is which character each segment is. Like the top segment is represented by which character in this input. Like A is with segment, C is with segment, G is with segment. That's kind of what I want to know with that. I technically I don't even want to know that. I just want to know what the digits are, like every digit, right? Technically I don't even want to know that, right? So what I'm going to do, um yeah, I'm actually going to go with that original thought which I had. And wait, so let's put this as a to do for now, and I'll just put this as set 069 equals that val that. Okay, set 532 val set 532 equals that. And now I'm just going to replace these with an else thing, where each of these are just going to be that. And now all of this is just going to be that, because yeah, now at this point the type is array of string, right? And we kind of don't need this, so it's like this dot first everywhere can be kind of deleted. Let's get rid of those things. So this is going to be on set 069, right? So dot filter. Yeah, we'll try and figure out what that needs to be done there. I think this digit 7 dot to set. Yeah, there's something wrong there for sure. We don't need to do an assert. Did you know that you can run PowerShell on Linux? I wrote PowerShell tests for Python's virtual env. Wait, run PowerShell on Linux like natively? Natively? Yeah, it's horrible. Oh, you're talking about what the PowerShell? Like what, PowerShell or what? What are you talking about? I have no idea. I might be missing out on context, because like I'm not sure if there's like sort of a delay between when I speak and when stuff appears in chat. Oh, you're talking about PowerShell. Okay. PowerShell is now open source and cross-platform. I heard about this. I heard about this. I don't know. Like I find that PowerShell versus Bash is like very much a matter of preference, because like PowerShell has a lot of power, pun completely unintended, but yeah, PowerShell has like a lot of power because like you have object piping and a bunch of other things. I don't really know PowerShell really well, but I know people who know PowerShell really well. And yeah, like it's basically like it's still very much debated, like whether PowerShell is sort of better than Bash or Bash is better than PowerShell. The thing that everybody can agree on is that Batch is horrible. Batch is fucking really, really bad. So, do you know that PowerShell uses backticks for escapes? Oh, okay. Like in what sense? Like you wrap it in backticks, and anything inside the backticks is like always escaped, or like how does that? Or do you mean like backtick n for backslash n? Like a backtick colon b is the same as a string a colon b, and you can insert those backticks anywhere. Huh, okay. Long shell scripts are also cursed? Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I think long shell scripts are more cursed than long programs, like way more cursed, because they're way harder to read. Way harder to read. Dot filter, see, dot filter works, right? So filter works. It is a string. We convert the string to a set, and it contains all. Oh, you find a set of string. Okay, dot first. So dot. I think I can just do it first over here. Oh, okay, awesome. So yeah, let's put it that way. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I think this way. Yeah. Let's do a quick thing. I'll just search for everything which is like this. Control F, and I will replace it with just that, and let's replace it with just that. And so that's going to be a replace and a replace and a replace. Cool. Beautiful. All right, cool. Yeah, I should have done this a while back, honestly. Because like at the end of the day, I feel like, yeah, as is, the important thing is like we're just gonna have one thing. So we got digit 6. Yeah, we got digit 6. We got like, yeah, everything else is like empty, so we don't yet know. We got one. Okay, we got everything. Now we need 0 and 9, right? We got the two segments there. How do we figure out 0 and 9 again? Bottom right, bottom left. Okay, so we still need the bottom right and the bottom left. So bottom right we got, bottom left we need, right? So segments dot bottom left equals overlapping for 6 and 9, right? So 6 and 9 only overlap at one segment, is it? No, they overlap at multiple segments, but the important thing is only one of them is not going to be a segment that we already know, right? Or something like that. Bottom left, that's this one. Wait, what? Bottom left? Isn't it top left? That kind of overlaps? Wait, was I being stupid? I was probably being stupid. I did some weird gymnastics for this, but I don't remember exactly what I did. Wait, hang on. So, shit, pen. So like blue this time. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I've honestly complicated this question way more than it should be. I'm 100% certain of that. I'm still not sure if there's like a simple, neat way to solve this, which is not the brute force solution. I know the brute force solution exists. I'm not sure if there's a neat way to solve this. That's not that. Was I being stupid? It's 1 a.m. and we're on day 8. You're right. See, I'm not saying you're wrong, right? I'm not saying you're wrong. But at the same time, I don't want to solve it that way, right? So like, I don't want to solve it the brute force way. I told you this already. Okay, so when you overlap these two, the common segment. Oh, actually, the whole of like 5 is really common, isn't it? Oh, yeah. So it's like everything is common except this. Bottom right. Sorry. Bottom left. Oh, so it's the one that is there. Okay, so it's the bottom left one is the one that's there in 6, but not in 9. Right? So it's there in so it's 6 minus 9 really. Set of 6 minus set of 9. That's what that is. Okay, so that's the bottom left one. Cool. So equals wait, I wrote that, but I don't know 9, right? Fuck. Wait. Shit. Okay, wait. How did I figure out which one 9 is? I don't know which one 9 is. I still don't have digits 9. Bruh. Is that a thing that I already knew? 4. Oh, yeah. I think I forgot to write that rule then. Center. Wait. So 4 is like that. We know that. Oh, yeah. Wait. So if we know which one. Wait, with 9, 4 completely overlaps with 9. 4 doesn't completely overlap with either of them. You're right. I feel like I thought of that rule, but I forgot to write it. 4 completely overlaps with 9, but it doesn't. 4 completely overlaps with 9, but it doesn't overlap with like 0. It doesn't completely overlap with 0. It doesn't completely overlap with 6, right? So, alright, so yeah, we need to find out digits 9 first. So digits 9 equals the thing that completely overlaps with, so set 069 dot first, which given the string, right? So it dot toSet dot contains all the elements in digits 4 dot toSet. Cool. So that gives us digit 9. All right. Yeah. So we found 9. Now we need to find bottom right. So segments. Actually, do we even need to find bottom right? Can't we find like now we know digits. So now we know 0. We don't need bottom. Sorry, bottom left. We don't need bottom left. Right. So digits 0 equals set 069 dot first or rather it's just set 069 minus set of digits 6 comma digits 9, right? That gives us digit 0. What's your problem? Set 069 is a set of string. Wait. Oh, yeah, dot first. Sorry, I have to do a dot first again. Cool, I have to do a dot first. All right, so that gives us digit 0. So we got 0, 6, and 9, right? So cool. So that's 9 and 0. Cool. So we got 9 and 0. Now we need like 5, 2, and 3, which we kind of have because we know these two segments and we can filter out based on that, right? So fuck me. This 2 equals, so 2 equals set 235, set 532, 532 dot filter or first. Yeah, I mean, it's technically, we just have to pick the first one, right? So because even if we do a filter, we'll get only one out of them. We need the one which is having, so 2 has this but it doesn't have this, right? So given each string, it dot to set dot contains digits uh wait, what? Not digits, fuck. Segments dot, what is it, top left? Yeah, so 2 contains the top left. And, or sorry, first, what the fuck am I doing? And it dot to set dot contains segments dot bottom left, right? So it doesn't contain, so I kind of have to flip that, right? So that's 2. So this is 2, 3, and 5 are done, right? 2, 3, 5. So that's 2. Let's copy that. Let's paste, and we have to change this to 3 and 5. 3 contains both, and 5 doesn't contain this one, but does contain this one. Cool. That should be everything, right? That should be everything. At this point, we should be having all the digits. I should be returning the digits. So, cool. Let's change the return type. And so the return type becomes array of string. Cool. And digits equals analyze input that. All right, cool. Now what we need to do is we have to take the output, right? So we have to take the output. So var total equals 0. We take the output, which is again like it's a list, right, of each display. Oh man, okay. It's a list of each display, and we kind of have to figure out, we have to map it to each, we have to map it to the digits. And at this point, I know that the map is sort of required in the reverse direction. I don't really give a fuck. I'm just gonna do it. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it like, sort of the iterative order, right? I don't really care. So since there are only four in each list, so I think it's not exactly a problem. So dot map, we need to map each string in the output, right? So it, which is a string, right? Dot we need to find which digit has maps to this, right? So it's sort of like we need the key for that. We need the digits. So digits dot filter, no, key. Wait, so filter gives us a list of strings, so that filters on the values, right? Digits currently is, what's the data type? It's an array of string. Ah. Wait, what? How do we do this? I feel like there's some like super simple way to do this, which I am completely neglecting. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's just do it the old-fashioned way, right? Why think of clever functions to do this? So we get each display, right? So each display, which is, or rather, outputs is, yeah, it's basically going to be like each individual display, right? Each individual 7-segment set. So it's going to be each yeah, sort of output digit as such, right? So I'll just call that display, right? And we take the display and we map it to for digit in digits. Oh, wait, I can't do that. Digits dot indices. Right. So for each of these, if digits of digit double equals display, then in that case, we kind of have to return the digit, I suppose. Can we even? Yeah. So I think val. Wait, is for an expression in Kotlin? I don't think so. For is not expression. Find. Oh, is that a thing? I don't know. Man, you probably know Kotlin better than I do at this point. Digits dot find. Oh, wait. What does this do? Returns the first element matching the given predicate or null if no such element was found. But the problem is we don't want the element. We want the key. um, yeah. This is the same as first, right? Is there any difference between this and first? First, which takes in first element matching the given predicate. Oh, okay. It doesn't give a null. Yeah, that's the problem. We want the key. We want the key, bro. That's the main issue. Kotlin. Wait, maybe. I don't know. Wait. Kotlin find key which matches predicate. Filter keys. Is that a thing? Digits dot filter keys. No, it's not. Oh, it's maybe a thing on maps. Sorry, like it's a thing on like collections. Oh, it's only a thing on map. It's not a thing on array. Oh, unfortunate. I think I index of first. Oh, yep, that's the one. 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 Yay! Okay, awesome. That is the one. Index. Yeah. Of. Yep. That's the one. All right. So we basically with this we get the set of digits, right? Um, just index of would do. Oh, really? No, not really. I think this is enough. Like, wait, no. No, it has to be. It has to be this. Like, or just display. Specify display. No, I can't. Yeah, it double equals display. It has to be, man, because like index of itself doesn't really have anything. See, digits dot index of takes in an element as a string. Like it's essentially returns the first index of that particular element. Oh, I suppose you can just do display here. Yeah, and I suppose that'll work. I mean, it's the same thing, I guess. But yeah, you still need to do this. I suppose, wait, let's just replace this with it. Yeah, cool. So we do this mapping, right? So this is the first thing that we do. And now we have to reduce it to a single number. Right? So dot reduce given sort of an accumulator and an integer, right? So this is, so your accumulator is basically going to be, in this case, like a number that we need. So it's just going to be, wait, ACC operation, ACC int comma int to int, right? Yeah, so it's going to be value comma next digit, right, maps to value times 10 plus digit, right, next digit, sorry, right? So this is kind of what we need to do for the reduction. Up. Okay, starting with the first element, applying the operation from left to right to the current accumulator value and each element, right? So s comma t, where t is the element of the iterable and s can be anything, right? Yeah, so we do this, we get this, and we take this value and we assign it a variable, which is called um, basically the number as or the value, current value as such, right? And total plus equal to value, and that's it, right? And we return total. Okay. Hopefully this is right. I have a feeling that we might have fucked up somewhere because this was so long. Yeah, we did fuck up somewhere. No such element exception at where? Line function body. Oh, fuck, no. That's not what we need. Call site. Um, did I fuck up somewhere? Bottom left. I think I made a mistake when I wrote something. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. I never wrote bottom. Sorry. Oh, this was supposed to be top right and bottom right. This was supposed to be top right and bottom right. What the hell? Yeah. Luckily, this one was pretty fast, relatively speaking. It was supposed to be top right and bottom right, but I'm really bad with left and right directions, which is probably the reason why I can't drive. But notice that we wrote like top right and bottom right here, but like here we kind of fucked that up. So yeah, that's it. Please pass. One minor mistake, just one minor mistake. Holy, we just solved it, bro. Solve part two. This took forever, man. This took fucking forever. Let's just quickly copy paste this whole thing, paste it here, and get total output. Uh, Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I just realized halfway through, like multiple times actually, that we were actually not even solving the right question, to be honest. Like we were trying to get every segment when that was not what the question was. The question was to get every digit. This might be right. I really hope this is right. If this is wrong, I'm gonna cry. But I'm pretty sure it's right because the test solution should have been, oh, poggers, big, big, holy fuck. Okay. I've honestly not felt this good about a question in a long time, right? Like, in the sense that, like, okay, I hate the question, obviously. Poggers, yep. Unfortunately, I don't have the emote for some reason. I have Franco's faces enabled on my chat, but I don't know if, like, I thought, like, Franco's faces would actually have this. Nice, da. Thanks. This is so horrible. It was such a bad question. Fuck my life. Oh my god. Like, okay, maybe I just solved it like a dumbass, alright? But as far as I can tell, this is like at least like efficiency wise, this is like the best way to solve it. Right? I don't know. I feel like this was fairly efficient. But it's still honestly the worst. Like it's just I didn't care about top right, bottom right, etc. How did you solve it then? What? Oh, this is so much cleaner. This is like way shorter. Deduce 5, deduce 6, deduce patterns, okay. Um, this is yours in C sharp. Is this yours? Actually, no, it's not yours. Um, oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was yours for a second. It's like, yeah. I was like, wait, you're not Jason in Canada. You're Gokul in India. I was so confused. I was just checking if you were being stupid. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess most people did like similar stuff then. But at the same time, come on, this is like, yeah, it's very neat though. I like this. It's as in it's super neat. I feel like if I read through this carefully, I'd actually be able to like understand every single bit. Mine is less neat, to be honest. Mine is like just having a lot of rules without any real explanations. But yeah, um, yeah, I think that's about it. It's like yeah, is all I can say about that. Um, it's honestly not the best, not the best. But at the same time, yeah, I feel like it's okay. It's not too bad either. Like potentially, I feel like this type alias was probably less useful than I thought it would be. I thought like it would be nice to have this type alias in there, but at the same time, we had to break in through so many levels and segments and everything that it didn't really matter at the end of the day. So yeah. Um, TOTP generators are completely deterministic. Yes, I own one. I own one. It's right here. Of course, they are completely deterministic. They have to be. I own one. It's here. The output depends on your starting number and time passed. Yep, of course, of course. It has to, because look, it can't depend on anything else, because this device has no internet connection. It has absolutely nothing. What inputs does it have? It has nothing. It has time passed and a starting number, right? And that's the reason why it expires, by the way, because the battery kind of starts giving away, and so the clock can't be maintained as accurately. So these expire. Mine is set to expire a few months from now, like sometime in March, and I have to get mine replaced at that point. So yeah, mine is set to expire. I got an email. I got an email like a few weeks ago, which is like your hard token will expire in March, and you kind of need to make sure to replace it before then. So yeah, but yeah, of course, like I'm not surprised. Like, is this the first time you're getting like no these things, bro? These things, the RSA tokens, not the YubiKey ones. So the YubiKey ones generate a thing when you touch them. That's and I don't think that changes. I don't think the YubiKey one changes at all, does it? Like, is cryptographic, but yes, this is also cryptographic. I mean, the numbers are generated through a C spring. It is generated through a C spring, cryptographically secure pseudo random number generator. But yeah, it's generated through a C spring because it has to be, because otherwise, like, I can observe the outputs for like 5 or 6, or a finite number of times, regardless of how large that is. I can predict like future numbers, so it has to be a C spring. But yeah, there's also cryptographic. The point is like, yeah, here's the funny bit. Google Authenticator is like the IE of the TOTP world. Yeah, that's true. That's actually true. I use Authy. I don't use Authy. I have and OTP. That's the one I use. I use and OTP. This one. I've heard good things about Authy as well. It's just and OTP was open source and available on F-Droid, so I just was like, yeah, I suppose, why not? So yeah, it's quite good. It's very simple, very simple, very like, and it's nice to use. Nice to use. So that's the one I use. I thought only Amazon used it because they were paranoid AF. Looks like everyone is using it. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just smart security, bro. Like, you don't want to have like a single password, because honestly, like, you should see the passwords of like, people who, like, imagine like our company forces us to switch passwords every every 3 months, right? Like, so that in itself is not a good security practice, but a lot of companies do it, sadly. So if you consider it this way, most people would actually be writing really shit passwords, because if you have to rotate it every 3 months, you can't afford like to sort of create a brand new amazing password every single time. I still do that because I used I swear. I use this. Oh, the tab's already open for some reason. This is the one that I use, rempe.us. Like, I can just list this one. But essentially, this is the one that I use, and I just click the 5 words thing, and I copy the first 4 words, and I use that as my login password for GS. And if you notice, these are all always English words. You can just keep generating new ones and stop anywhere and just kind of use the first 4 words as your password, right? So yeah, I mean, the recommendation is to use 5, but since we are changing it every quarter anyway, I find that 4 is sufficient, because even if you use 4, you actually get 7776, because that's the number of total words, the sample from where this is taken. So you get like, you get these many, which is 7776 power 5, which is that many combinations. Like, that's for 5, and for 4 it's just going to be power 4. That many combinations. So that's like, I don't know, it's a lot of digits. I'm honestly not even, how many is that? That's like, so it already goes into the millions, and then it's the billions, and then it's the trillions, and it's 3.6 quadrillion different combinations, right? So yeah, safe enough. So it's just a fairly standard way to be able to get this. Like, you can just do this, and I use this. So uh yeah, there's kind of the generator that I use for like my GS passwords. For everything else, because like that kind of runs on like a remote system, so I can't use Bitwarden, but for everything else I use Bitwarden. So I use Bitwarden for like everything else. So yeah. I checked off Christoph_IT. I have no idea what that is. TOTP generators, blah, 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 two-factor authentication a few weeks ago. Amazon, no, every company uses it. It's just good practice. Like I said, the passwords are generally weak. Since passwords for most people are weak, you need to use something like this as a second layer of authentication. So only somebody who has this thing will be able to do, will be able to log into your account, right? So that way, like, there's two factors of authentication, always a fantastic thing. Spherical Cat wrote his own in Flutter. Why? Why did he write his own? Don't write anything related to security. Never roll your own crypto. Don't write anything. Is the guy a security expert? He doesn't strike me as one. I know the guy is like good with Kotlin and all that, but like really good with Kotlin. But at the same time, like he doesn't strike me as a security expert. I generated my passwords. Blah blah blah. Wait, Java TOTP. What's this? Add warning about apps that don't support alternative hashing algorithms. Google Authenticator doesn't support SHA-256. What? Or SHA-512. Authy and 2FAS Authenticator also don't support SHA-256. Interesting. Uh-huh. Wow, this is like so few. Damn. I don't know about and OTP. It doesn't even seem to be in the list, weirdly enough, like anywhere. Sometimes Microsoft will bully GS admins to remove that group policy that forces password reset. That's good. And enforce group policy to use biometric or something. That's good. That's good. I don't like the password reset thing, right? I don't think password reset is a good idea. In fact, there's one person I know whose company does the exact right thing that you need to do in this situation, right? So what they do is they run a password cracker 24/7. They have a password cracker running at some moderate amount of power, and it's nice because you can actually, since you're running it within your firm's hardware, you can actually control how much power you want to send to that, like how much compute power you want to give to it. If you want to like boost the cracking, you want to slow it down in case you need to borrow power for anything else. But they have a password cracker running constantly 24/7 against their own employees' passwords, right? So they're trying to crack their own employees' passwords all the time. And let's say they successfully crack one, they immediately get that person to reset their password. That's all. That's all they do. That's literally all they do, right? They go like, we cracked a password, blah, blah, blah. You have a weak password. Please set a stronger password this time. And they get the person to reset the password. They have a password cracker constantly running against their own employees' passwords. They have a minimum length restriction, and they don't have any other restrictions. They just have a length restriction, nothing else, right? So there's like a minimum length of like 20 characters or something that you have to have. And as long as the password is above that, and it is a security firm that this guy works at. So it's like the exact right thing to do. I haven't seen any other company do it, and it's such a fantastic thing because you can tune this over time to get better and better and better. And you can just keep, and that database of passwords you crack keeps increasing. So because of that, you will be able to prevent other people writing shit passwords immediately. Like, let's say for example, you're trying to change your password, you go like, bitch, we cracked this password before, don't use this one, right? So you can just like instantly do that. Less wasteful than cryptocurrency? Yes. Definitely. Like, this is power usage for a good cause. And plus, unlike cryptocurrency, like where the goal is to actually mine it as fast as possible, here you can tune it. Let's say, for example, you're reasonably sure, like, over time, you're reasonably sure you have built up a pretty big database of previously cracked passwords. And new passwords are being checked against that. And there are some simple rule transformations that are put just to make sure that people don't dodge it with like small transformations. You've checked like a bunch of these things, to some simple password cracking at the time of when they're creating their password. After a certain point, you can start tuning down the amount of power you use for the password cracker. You can start slowing it down, right? You can start slowing it down, divert that power to any of your other systems. You don't have to actually run that at full steam 24/7, right? But it is always running. It's just that you don't have to run it that fast, right? All the time. So that's nice, right? You get to tune that. I'm just saying it's the right way to approach this. Which company is it? It's some small company in the US. I forgot the name. I'll ask him and let you know. It's in the US though. Like he's in the US, but it's a small cybersecurity firm. And at least I don't know if he still works there. This was like, he told me this like a year ago. So like over a year ago, in fact. He might still be working there. I'll have to ask him. But yeah. But yeah, basically that's like the only company that I've seen that does this is the right approach, right? You don't have password rules, you don't force people to reset their passwords, you don't do anything. Because if you make a strong password, if you make a super strong password, you should never really be resetting it ever. Like there's no point in resetting your password if it's like if it's future proofed. Well, future proofed, you don't really have to give a fuck, right? I have like almost every password I generated via Bitwarden is like 40 plus characters. And it's completely alphanumeric, totally random, like alphanumeric with symbols and everything, totally random. So at that point, it's like, come on, man, these passwords are literally uncrackable. Like, I don't have to change this for my lifetime. I don't give a, I don't care. Like, I'm never going to change these passwords unless, like, something happens and, like, let's say a company forces me to change it. Like, I changed my Twitch password recently because there was that massive leak and it just seemed prudent to do, even though it's not really necessary. Just in case, I changed my Twitch password, right? But that's about it. Like, I didn't have to change anything else. Like, yeah, that's, yeah, I never reset my passwords. I don't see the point in that. You can't use that to LastPass. LastPass requires a number and a capital letter. Fuck them. No. So GS also requires a number and a capital letter. So what I always do, I'm just going to say this outright because it's not really reducing the security of the overall scheme at all. I capitalize the first letter and I put 1 at the end. I always do this. I capitalize the first letter and I put a space 1 at the end. The important thing is with Diceware, you have to use the spaces between the letters. Like you have to use the spaces. So if I generate 5 words, you have to write mulberry space, factor space, perky space, or let's say, for example, wherever you're setting this password doesn't let you use spaces for some reason, which I've seen some websites do. I don't know why the fuck you would limit characters. That doesn't make any sense at all. Like, why would you not let people use certain characters in your passwords? Like, you're literally reducing your input space, which is stupid. It's the exact opposite of what you should be doing. But some companies still do it. Some websites and stuff still do it. So in those cases, you can use these hyphens or you can use any other symbol, but you need a separator because if you don't have a separator, you might reduce the security of your password. Like if you just mush them all together, you might reduce the security of your password because it's possible for certain words to be matched in between the words that you're actually trying to find, right? So that way, like there was a good example. Like let's say, for example, one word is like the word butterfly, and one word is flytrap, right? And there's another word which is trapdoor, and there's another word which is door, right? So if you do this, like if you just, let's say, for example, you and let's say butter is also a word, right? If all of these words are there in the database, if you mush them together, what happens is that if you have like butter, if you have like, let's say, for example, butterfly, flytrap, trapdoor as your password, right? What happens is now this word can actually be caught in like 2 ways. Like essentially, you can. Wait, I might have fucked up the example a little bit. Okay, let's say the word trap was also there, right, in your list. So in that case, like the word fly trap is also present, the word trap is also present. So in that case, like if you wrote butterfly trap as one word, it could be matched in 2 different ways. Like you could match it as butterfly and trap, or you could match it as butter and fly trap. You get what I mean? Like you've actually effectively halved the security of that combination of words. So that's the reason why you need to give spaces in between the words. That's the only important factor. Apart from that, you can do anything you want. Like what you said, you want like a number and capital letter. So what I'll do with this password is I'll copy the first 4. So I just take that. I just take that. I capitalize the first letter, and I put a 1 at the end of it. This would be my password. Of course, like I use 4 words instead of 5, but yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's almost 2022. We can use emojis and passwords. This rarely works. On a lot of sites, I found it doesn't work. It's just because of horrible software. But yeah, it doesn't. You'd want that to be the case, but unfortunately, dude, there are websites that don't allow spaces. Again, there is a website where in my Bitwarden, I have that registered. I don't remember which website that is offhand, but I have registered it in my Bitwarden, and I had to limit the length of password generation to 14 characters for it. 14, 1 4. Because it was, wait, let me just like pull this window to the other side, just in case, like, I don't know if like when I expand my Bitwarden, there'll be some sensitive info, but let me try and find out which one that was. So, I have like a super long master password for my Bitwarden as well, so it's just like a pain to write. But logins, I just registered that very recently. there was a website which had a 14 character maximum length on password. Max length, not a minimum length. It was a max length. And that was horrible. I think it might be Ubisoft actually. How many characters is this? Yeah, no, it's not Ubisoft. It's like one of these websites, bro. Was it? I recently made an account for it for some reason. Was it Blizzard? It was one of these companies, and they just no, it was not Blizzard. I forgot which one. Unfortunately, like Bitwarden is like I can't see any option to kind of sort it by recency because I registered on it fairly recently, but I can't find it. But yeah, but there was like a 14 character maximum on a website in almost 2022, as you put it. So I'm pretty sure the Indian income tax filing portal also has some weird restrictions on password length. Like maximum password length, not minimum password length. Again, these are maximum password lengths I'm talking about. Pretty sure the Indian income tax website has like a problem with that. Yeah, I have I think a 20 character password on that, but I think that might be the limit or something. So yeah. Oh man, crypto gay. Unlike crypto, you're actually producing something of value. True. The goal of cryptocurrency is to sell to a greater fool. That seems to be the goal of NFTs very specifically. Cryptocurrency, I still believe, is like something which was. Don't get me wrong. I don't support any of the crypto trading that's going on today, but it's like I feel like the base idea makes sense, but it's just like they fucked up bad because they kind of underestimated how you know how greedy humans are in general. Like it just seems like so that's the problem. Like they've started using it as this sort of speculative swing. Like it's just like yeah, it's just like swings up, swings down, swings up, swings down. It's like oh, it's completely unpredictable. We can use this as an instrument to make money rather than have it an instrument that is money. That's the problem. Username or password incorrect is bullshit. Sign-ins aren't supposed to say password is incorrect. They're supposed to say username or password is incorrect. This best practice is bullshit. Yeah, I think it's bullshit because like you forgot your password will still tell you, right? Like if there is an account, knows the username, could concentrate on that account using SQL injection, brute forcing password, phishing, and so on. Here's the problem. Username is already taken. Yeah, exactly. Shit, you all know my username. Guess I'm fucked. Not to mention, you could have just gone to github.com/TravisJeffrey. Of course, of course, of course. Only the dumbest, laziest hacker who stop by the username or password is incorrect sign. Yeah, you don't lose. You gain no security, but your customers lose clarity. Exactly, exactly. I mean, I suppose the only way I can think that this would make sense is if the user typed their username wrong, which has happened to me before. Like I have typed my own username wrong. Like I have typed mindstormer619 incorrectly on one of the websites I was trying to log into, and I just knew that the username was wrong because I had filled in the password with Bitwarden. I was like, wait, the password isn't wrong because I didn't even type the password. So I was like, yeah. But that's the only place where I feel like that's maybe makes sense. But at the same time, that's like, come on, like, yeah, I suppose like password incorrect is potentially what you should be writing. Yeah, it just so happened that like the typo that I had made did have like a user attached to it. So yeah, I mean that happens. Like yeah. Um, Actually, might have had a user attached to it. Like I suppose like yeah, it just returns this regardless. Like because it doesn't tell you whether the user exists or not. But still. Hmm. A woman used her emoji in SBI accounts password. Guess what happened? SBI went down. Holy! Amazing, amazing, amazing. Gokul, do you remember this time when this guy Prasad brought down MIS? Like, so we have this sort of an application which has grades. It does a whole bunch of things, right? So it's supposed to be the sort of thing where you go and it maintains the payroll for like the employees of the institute, which is one thing, like the the staff, the professors and stuff, right? So it maintains the payroll for some reason. It also has like places where you can get like your results. So it's the results server where you can get your grades for the exams that you have written, and you can also write feedback. So end of the year or whatever, they have this thing where it's just bullshit, all right? They never look at it, but it was like a very very poorly coded application, horrible site where literally written best viewed in IE7 and shit like that. It was fucking horrible, all right? Really bad website. If you open it in Chrome, you could literally see PHP logs on the page printed on the HTML. You could see like backend server logs, PHP logs, which were printed on the server, printed on the HTML. So it was just a really bad site. And a friend of mine brought it down because he got very impassioned about a particular teacher, and he knew, but he didn't give a fuck that nobody was going to read the feedback. So he just wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote. So he just continued writing for about like 15 minutes. He was just typing and typing and typing. He exceeded some sort of invisible length limit, and he promptly crashed the entire server by submitting that. He submitted that and it crashed everything. Like everyone was sitting there in the computer labs, because at that time this was in first year of college, so we didn't actually have Wi-Fi in the hostels. So we couldn't do this from the hostels. We had to sit in the computer labs where we had Wi-Fi, and we had to do it. And yeah, buffer overflow exactly. And he literally just like crashed the server by writing feedback, which was super long because he hated that professor. A restart would have fixed it though. Yeah, I suppose it did. But the point is, like, for that there have to be admins, right? And that takes hours. Like literally, they called people back the next day for filling out the feedback. So you couldn't get your hall ticket for exams without submitting the feedback. Yes, that's true. That's true. I forgot about that bit. I forgot about that bit. Honestly, man, like this, yeah, Joffrey Huntley. Holy. Wait, what's this? Oh, yeah. This is the NFT Bay website. Yeah, I saw this on Hacker News early. Who right clicked all of the NFTs? Man, the NFT bros are gonna assassinate this dude. Did you know that an NFT is just a hyperlink to another image that's usually hosted on Google Drive or another Web 2.0 web host? Amazing. The image is not stored in the blockchain contract. What the fuck? We destroyed our planet for this, Geoffrey Huntley. Amazing. Amazing. Like I like to think about NFTs as like similar to like rare Pokemon cards, obviously less useful, like far more useless, but they're similar to like rare Pokemon cards, right? Like you kind of have like a community that has insane valuations around it, um, even though the Pokemon aren't real, and the rest of the world, like who don't play with Pokemon cards, kind of look at these guys and wonder like, what the fuck? Why are these cards that expensive? So that's kind of like the best way I can think about it, rare Pokemon cards, but produced by neighborhood junkie. Yeah, that's true. I mean, technically, the crazy part is it can be produced by anybody. Like in the sense that Nintendo or Game Freak or whatever produces the Pokemon cards, all right? Like I suppose Nintendo does, but yeah, like Nintendo produces the Pokemon cards, and so they are signed by Nintendo in a certain sense. The NFTs, on the other hand, are like I can take the image and I can create an NFT out of it. You can take the same image and you can create another NFT out of this. At this point, who considers the which NFT as the original? Like, I don't know. That's the weird part. That's the weird part. Yeah, no, but you don't melt the polarized caps with Pokemon cards. That's true. That's true. Of course. No, I'm just saying like as a conceptual analogy, because like a lot of people don't really understand NFTs at all, or why they make sense. It's really just they make sense because all you need for something to have value is A, it should be difficult to copy it, and B, you should have people who think it has value. That's it. Like as long as these two things are true, anything can have value. As long as A, difficult to copy, like because if it's easy to copy, perfectly copy it, if it's super easy to duplicate it, to easily copy it, then any value that you even attach to it is destroyed, right? And that's the reason why like for example a file like an mp4, a music file, doesn't really have value as such, right? Why piracy is like a big problem for music, right? Is because like the music file that you pirate is the same file that somebody else is paying to listen to. So technically the valuation is dead, right? It's gone. So, and that's the reason why they, the recording industry of America, the RIAA or whatever, they fight so much for, like, you know, for music copyright, right? Like, because that's just the thing. It's super easy to copy that. They didn't have to do that much for, like, vinyls. It's still possible to copy vinyls, but you won't get a perfect copy. You won't get, like, the clear initial recording behind it, right? So you can still copy vinyls by playing a vinyl and recording on another vinyl, but you will not get, like, you won't get the original, right? It's super hard to get a copy of something that's actually physical. But with digital media, it's super easy to copy it, right? So NFTs were just a way to make something hard to copy, or, like, impossible to copy in the sense you can't create, like, a perfect copy which doesn't still, like, isn't exactly the original, right? In a certain sense, which you can prove that you own in a certain sense. You can't do that, like, without using NFTs. But again, like, yeah, we are destroying as much energy as leaving an AC on for a year in one BTC transaction. Holy fuck. I didn't realize that's how bad it was. God damn. That is insane. That is insane. That is orders of magnitude higher than what I thought. Like, I legitimately thought it would be, like, equivalent to running the lights for a few hours. Not running the air conditioner for a year. That's insane. That is so many orders of magnitude higher than I thought. Holy fuck. That is nuts. So you can't own the precious. Oh my god. Dude, my neighbors are gonna come knocking. Holy fuck, I'm laughing so loud at this. This is gold, dude. This is so good. Holy fuck. This is so good. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This is so goddamn good. You can pay to have your name listed as its owner in an online distributed database. Incredible. Incredible. Holy fuck. Amazing. Amazing. Absolute amazing. Oh man. The centralization is what gives Pokemon cards value. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The fact that it comes from Nintendo, like, the fact that it's, like, certified original, right? But yeah, they try to ape that with NFTs. It's just that nobody important really gives a fuck about it. So yeah, that's kind of the problem. And it just has a bad rap from everyone for very good reasons. So, like, fundamentally being the energy usage, that's insane. That's just crazy. Holy fuck. I literally can't wait for Tether crash. Bitcoin will actually die for good. Oh yeah. Like, it, yeah, yeah, like, cryptocurrency valuations are, like, dropping like crazy. The investor dude, I told you that, like, my dad's investment dude, like, he basically messages me these bulletins. I don't know why. I guess I've just been added to some sort of broadcast group on WhatsApp which he has, on which he just posts these updates to, like, all the people who are kind of clients of his. And so one of the things that he wrote was that, yeah, like, all cryptocurrencies are basically just dropping, all the major ones. So yeah, they're dropping hard. So yeah, Bitcoin dropped 20% a couple days ago. Holy fuck, that is mad, bro. Holy shit, the crypto bros are gonna be seething right now. God damn. Why do you have a 240 Mbps connection and stream at 1080p? Blame Time Lord. So, okay, the reason I do that is basically because some folks, not just Time Lord, but bunch of people who frequent the stream, don't have great internet connections, per se. So it's basically like, um, Twitch, unfortunately, unless you reach a certain level of clout, doesn't let you switch video qualities. Like, if you notice, there is only one video quality that's available for you. You can't downgrade, right? So I would stream at 1080p, but nobody would be able to downgrade it to 720 or any other, like, resolution if I do that. So that's the main problem. That's the main problem. Unfortunately, you have to be affiliate and you have to have a certain number of average viewers maintained to have the privileges of having, you know, video quality changes. So that sucks. Twitch is horrible that way. But yeah, I should honestly probably, like, stream on YouTube or something. I should look towards switching. Someone's computer live transcode. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Crypto bros were like, buy the dip, buy the dip. I mean, yeah, I suppose there's enough of an asylum that they've built among each other that they would be able to have enough folks, to just keep it afloat. I don't think like Bitcoin will die, but I do think like it's gonna suffer for quite a while. I still have a feeling it's not gonna die because like again, like the whole apes together strong thing. That's exactly the problem with it. Like it's just that there's enough people. Yeah, there's always newer fools that buy into it. Exactly, exactly. They're like it's like MLM, dude. Like multi-level marketing isn't dead. Every person knows it's a fucking scam. It's still not dead, right? It's I have relatives who are into MLMs. I have fucking relatives, like people I'm related to who are into MLMs. So like I don't know, pyramid schemes. Amway. I got this recently, a LinkedIn invite from someone who, where the fuck is that? Um, Wait, did I send that? I don't remember who I sent that to. Wait. Uh, I got a LinkedIn invite from someone who is an Amway self-invented title, head of some shit. Yeah. Um, LinkedIn. I should honestly delete LinkedIn. Holy fuck. It's like so bad. Yeah. Um, like wait, let me. Yeah. This is basically what that looks like. Amway business owner at Amway Global. I got this invitation. Please add me to your LinkedIn network. I'm like, yeah, sure. I just opened an image editor because like that's it's in my Telegram. Like there's all my other emails as well. Um, do you remember this classic? Which one is this? Oh, MongoDB is web scale. Yes, 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 yes. As you can see, I have the like. I put this years ago. I was not even in college when I watched this. Like, fuck. This was like, this was a long time ago. Like, I think I watched this. I probably watched this in 2010. In fact, I probably watched this in 2010 because I remember that I was not yet in college when I watched this. I found this hilarious. It was amazing. Wait, hang on. Where the fuck is the mm, music, 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 music? What's the thing? This, right? Yeah, there we go.
Questions, and in conclusion, we have found MySQL to be an excellent database for our website. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Why didn't you use MongoDB? MongoDB is a web-scale database and doesn't use SQL or joins, so it's high performance.
That's an excellent question. We evaluated several NoSQL databases and concluded that the options are still too immature for our production needs. MySQL is a proven database that is used across the web and it has the
I know how
features
this
we
goes,
need.
man.
But it doesn't scale. Everybody knows that relational databases don't scale because they use joins and write to disk.
Scalability is a complicated topic and it's hard to make a general statement like that.
Relational
Oh my God.
databases weren't built for web scale. MongoDB handles web scale. You turn it on and it scales right
Dude,
up.
It may surprise you that there are a handful
I
of
have met people. I have met people who have made these arguments. I've met these people at college. I've met these people at work. Like, it's oh
high-profile
man.
websites still using relational databases
Like,
and in
I met
particular
people like this
MySQL.
this guy.
Relational databases have impedance mismatch.
I think you mean impedance.
MySQL is slow as a dog. MongoDB will run circles around MySQL because MongoDB is web scale.
MongoDB does have some impressive benchmarks, but they do some
Bro, so like essentially, my team at Amazon had shoehorned this very complex schema into DynamoDB. DynamoDB is Amazon's own sort of what's it called? NoSQL database. They had shoehorned this entire super complex schema, which on its face was clearly having tons of relationships, right? And they shoehorned that into a key value pair just because A, DynamoDB is extremely cheap, and B, because it scales apparently. So it was the same fucking shit, right? And we've had this problem, and they just put this in essentially what is a key value document store because it was just there, it was just available, and they were like, we need to scale, and they thought I don't know, for some stupid reason that putting it into that database would just magically make it scale. No, you've just transferred the problems to your own side. You've just transferred the problems to yourself. You now have to handle all the relationships in your application. You don't have atomicity of any transactions because you have to ensure that atomicity yourself, because the atomicity only happens at a specific entry, like a specific, you know, um, the level of like one key value insert or one key value read. That's it, right? Or like in MongoDB, it's at a document level, right? You only have guaranteed atomicity from the database at that level. There are no transactions. There's nothing which can guarantee that, you know, your operation is actually going to complete. You have to write all that logic yourself. And I don't know what they were thinking, man. It's just like so stupid. Like this happens. Like, you know, you look at like marketing keywords, and then you make technical decisions based on that without actually considering your problem, and that really sucks. Like when I see that, it's kind of like it's an immediate like, okay, these guys don't know what they're doing. Yeah, that kind of thing. So resume driven development, yes. Yes, resume driven development. Fuck me. They probably use DDB because it's TPF. Yes, they did. But at the same time, like the thing, like essentially what they were trying to store in it, and this was not my new team, by the way. This is my old team, in fact, right? This is my old team. Like, my old team, given certain number of changes, like a bunch of the smart engineers had left by the time. But yeah, like, it's cheap, sure, but at the same time, you have to be using your tool for solving the problem that you're trying to solve, right? And not trying to shoehorn like something into DynamoDB just because it's cheap. Like, I don't know, at that point, like, why not use flat files? They're cheaper, right? Like, you're not really getting any value out of it. That's the main thing, right? Frugality. Yes, it is one of the leadership principles, trademark registered copyright leadership principles. The Amazon leadership principles. Yes, we must. The Amazon leadership principles. This guy has an amazing talk on it. My favorite speaker of all time, Brian Cantrell. Cantrell leadership principles. Wait, I think this is the one. Principles of. Yeah. It's this talk. He talks about this guy is my favorite speaker of all time. I recommend all his talks. I recommend some of his talks more than one time. This itself I watched like thrice, and there's one of his talks that I watched way too many times, and that's this one, Debugging Under Fire. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yes, it is this one. Yes, this talk is brilliant, and I watched it way too many times. Yeah, Brian Cantrell, favorite speaker of all time, by the way, like by far. And he talks about Amazon's leadership principles and how dog shit they are. Um, yeah, I think it happens. He's a very angry man. Yeah, there we go.
That's
Yeah,
great.
he's the guy behind dtrace. Yes, he is the guy behind dtrace, one of the sort of the OG programmers, as it were, right? Like the people from the old days, from the Unix days. He's been around for a long time. He's still he looks pretty young, but he's actually in his 50s, right? And yeah, this guy is like actually incredible, an incredible programmer, CTO of Joint for a while. In fact, when he gave this talk, he was a CTO of Joint. I don't think he's working at Joint anymore. Brian Cantrell, I'm not sure where he works now, but this guy is amazing. This guy is absolutely amazing. At least his talks are out of the world. They're way too good. Yeah, he worked at Sun initially. CTO. He's now he runs his own company, I guess. Yeah, CTO of Oxide. So yeah, Oxide Systems now, his own startup. Yep. This guy is like absolutely amazing. Joint? Wait, what did I say?
That's fine. Okay, so those are the three leaders.
They would have dumped it on S3 if it was cheaper. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Wait, so he mentions this amazing thing about the leadership principles. Yeah.
So I don't want to come across as totally slagging on Amazon here. And indeed, actually, the leadership, the biggest problem, as I'll explain at the end, the biggest problem with Amazon's leadership principles is not in and of themselves, but kind of what they inspired, which is not really Amazon's fault. So I've got great respect for Amazon's ability to execute. I do think that said, these leadership principles do drive me nuts. So let's start with the leadership principles. And you might look at this and be like, oh, that's fine. Okay, so those are the three leadership principles. Yeah, they're not three of them. There are
I've seen his whole.
So there are quite a few of them.
I've seen his entire
And as you'll see, like these are actually not principles, but fine. So you got things like customer obsession. That's like Okay, that's fine. It's a little
That's
like
fine,
customer
yeah.
like obsession. Like that's a strange word to use. Like, are you going to stalk your customers? I mean, that's a little like I'd like you to dial that back a little bit. Like
Oh my God.
but that's okay. We're going to be very customer centric. Fine. And we're going to work vigorously to earn and keep customer trust. That's definitely good. They pay attention to competitors, but they obsess over customers. Again, don't like the verb choice, but fine, good. Ownership, fine. Leaders are owners. They think long term. They don't sacrifice long-term value for short-term results.
Honestly, in practice, this is the worst one. Like, having been there, in practice, this is the worst one because technically this can be used to sort of find faults with anything you do. Like, you can always, because this is such a vague word, right? It just says like end-to-end ownership is what is expected from people at Amazon. And so it's like essentially you can point this to anything, like any kind of negative feedback, you can always pump ownership in there. That's the main problem with this one. Like, I find that this overall, every company has a certain idea of this, that you own a certain segment, of your work. And the whole idea is basically that your manager shouldn't have to micromanage you. And, you have ownership and direction on what you do, right? So that's like, in a way, you can think of it in a positive sense, right? So what you are doing, you're actually contributing, and what you're writing, you consider that as your own, even though technically it's the company that owns everything, let's face it. But at the same time, this is kind of like, it makes sense. A lot of companies do that. But the problem with the way Amazon does it is that they actually don't use these leadership principles as sort of guidelines. They really use these leadership principles as very specific markers of lots of things, including performance, but also in general, like any kind of feedback or any kind of is always couched in these leadership principles, right? So at that point, this becomes a simple way by which you can always give negative feedback on anyone, right? You can always say that they lack ownership, like regardless of what they do, because at the end of the day, given any large enough application, it's not going to be possible for any single individual, no matter how senior or no matter how experienced, for them to be able to tell what's going on end to end to end. Like, they won't know every single piece, right? It's not possible for you. So fuck, it's 2 a.m. Is it a holiday tomorrow? It's not. But also, this is usually around when I sleep, like somewhere around 3 a.m., 2:30, 3 a.m. is usually around when I sleep. So it is a lot longer of a stream than I expected it to be. For a weekday stream, this is way longer. 2 a.m. is coding time every day. Fuck off. No, 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 no. The very fact that I'm doing these in the evenings, like post work, is honestly a marvel to me, because like post work, the last thing I want to do is actually code. Like, legitimately, like, I don't really want to think about code, but for some reason I've just kind of adapted myself this way, because these days, especially given like winters in Bangalore, given how cold it is, I don't want to wake up in the mornings. That's really just the main problem. So I sleep like 3 hours after going to bed, so it's fucked up for me. Yeah, I have like similar problems. It's usually around an hour ish, but also once it hits around 3 a.m., I start getting really sleepy. So at that point, I can just like shut off like completely. But up until that time, it's kind of, yeah, it usually takes around an hour for me to fall asleep these days. I don't know why that's happening anymore, but yeah, in the mornings I can't wake up, which kind of sucks as well. But yeah, like there are certain days where I've slept at like 11:30 at night, and I've still woken up at like 9 a.m. Like, what on earth is happening, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I've still woken up super late because it's just hard for me to wake up in the mornings these days, because the weather gets really cold here in the mornings, and that's like super cozy, super comfortable to sleep. So I never want to wake up at that time. My room is also super dark because the balcony doesn't actually face the sun. So it's kind of an inward facing balcony. It's like this sort of weird cul-de-sac thing which is cut. So too much stuff to catch up on Tachiyomi. Oh, you do that as well before you sleep. Oh my god. Yeah, I read manga as well before I sleep. Yeah. It's a problematic. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's a problematic thing. Yeah, so you don't have Tachiyomi installed. Fuck you. Sure, you don't read manga. But yeah, I have like a whole bunch of things I'm reading right now, so it's like usually that's there. But yeah.
That's great that Amazon has that as a principle. I'm not sure how much they do that in practice if you talk to Amazonians, but fine. That's fine. Invent and simplify. Yeah, fine. That's kind of a.
I like this guy because he
little
speaks
bit
as
of a
fast
Steve
as I do.
Jobsism. Then you get to
Maybe
a
even
very
faster.
strange principle. One of our leadership principles is that R write a lot. It's like R write a lot. But that's not okay. That's not even like that's like a verb phrase. What even is that? That's not even. I mean, just linguistically, that's a massacre. And what the hell? Like, that's one of your principles is that you are frequently correct?
What the hell?
Like, that's not a principle or a value. That's just like a naked assertion. That's just like ruling by fiat. And so so if somebody is incorrect, are they not a leader, or is there like some batting average they have to be at? I don't get. Like, so they have strong judgment and good instincts. They seek diverse perspectives, and this is funny. Like, they work to disconfirm their beliefs. Why? They're right.
They're right.
Why would they bother? They're already like, I am tautologically right, comma, a lot. I've given myself like, hey, because no, it's like, no, okay, I may not be right about absolutely, positively everything. I am only right the vast, vast, vast majority of the time. But please, just confirm my beliefs. Yes, I'm listening. I mean, it's like, okay, and then you're kind of like, you're kind of like in the ditch, and then you're like, okay, and also learn to be curious, like, okay, all right, we're back on the road again, like, where was I? Fine, learn to be curious, fine, curious about new possibilities, blah, blah, blah. Hire and develop the best, again, I'm a little bit like, a little cringy. Leaders raise the performance bar with every hire and promotion. I hate raise the bar with every promotion, or with every hire. Because what does that say about your existing team?
Exactly.
It's like, good news, shitheads, I found someone who is raising the bar. It's like,
and this is the fact that kind of leads to most of the churn at Amazon. Like, this is literally the fact that leads to most of the churn at Amazon, because they keep believing, even though that's not true, they just keep believing that every batch of people that they pull in is just better than the previous batch, that they've raised the bar somehow. And so that just means that you have to get rid of someone, and that kind of, so the churn at Amazon is really just fueled by this one.
I do not like that.
Yeah.
But okay, fine. Then you get like this, they recognize exceptional talent, good, and willingly move them throughout the organization. You're like, so much wat on that one. So, okay, first of all, willingly move them throughout the organization, as opposed to unwillingly move them throughout the organization. I'm not sure what that means. It's like, and also, like, this person is so good, we should reorg them every 3 months.
They do this as well. There's a lot of reorgs. They're
not the vectors for some excellence disease. I mean, they're not like, I do not understand that one at all. But whatever. Now, leaders develop leaders and take seriously their role in coaching others. That's all good. All right, fine. Insist on the highest standards. Okay.
They made the hiring process of a company much harder after hiring me. I kind of feel I wouldn't have gotten in. Yeah, that's imposter syndrome. It is his first job, yes, and that is imposter syndrome. That's exactly what that is. Trust me, dude. If there is a hiring process, okay, let me put it this way, right? Like, given what I know about you and about your job role, if there was any hiring process that you wouldn't be able to clear, I don't think anyone I know or potentially anyone at all would be able to clear that part. Let me just put it on that way, right? This is not like, I'm not trying to flatter you. I'm just stating this as straight up fact, right? I don't think looking at Python static analysis, I don't think anyone I will ever possibly meet in this sort of period of time, like, essentially by that I mean, like, within the amount of time that you've actually spent on it, has actually delved this deep into anything. So yeah, don't let that bother you. Like, legitimately, that's like, yeah, imposter syndrome should clear itself out over time as you get more experience. But in general, like, a lot of the things that work fundamentally for you to be able to get better at what you're doing is really just to believe that you're better than what you really are. Like, you just have to force yourself to think constantly that you know what you're doing, and that's what kind of enables you to get over that sort of, because like, especially, again, this is going back to my Amazon days, right? Like, a lot of the stuff that I did wrong during that time was because I doubted myself. Like, I was like, I'm not sure if this will work in their systems or anything like that, right? So I sort of hesitated on providing suggestions for improvements, on taking up tasks, volunteering for things and all that, because I felt like I wouldn't be enough for the job, right? Or I wouldn't really mesh with that culture, or any of that stuff, right? Okay, I'm an outsider here, that kind of thing, right? That's fundamentally the first thing to get rid of. Like, you have to keep thinking that you're better than you really are. And that's kind of the hard part. So yeah, It takes a little bit of time. It definitely takes a little bit of time and effort. And again, like, dude, you aren't even full timer yet. You aren't even a full timer yet. This is way too early for you to be thinking about any of this. But yeah, but it will take a little bit of time for you to get used to it. But once you do, you'll kind of figure out like where you are. And it's important for you to find your niche. It's important for you to find your niche, the thing that you're good at that nobody else can compare to, right? For me at my firm, that's Git. Like, I taught my DevOps VP Git. All right. Like, we have a DevOps pod. I taught the VP of that pod Git. So that was enough. That was enough of a confidence boost. I was like, yeah, there's probably like 5% of the entire org that knows as much Git, like, that is good, like as good at Git as I am, right? These guys don't know jack shit about Git. Like, they've never seen it, right? So that was my niche. I just had to find that, and that's the easiest way. That's the easiest way. But again, like, it's not like I've had any level of imposter syndrome at Goldman. That's for sure. But yeah, I've been through the ropes at Amazon already, so at this point I'm just like coasting along. So for me, it's okay. That's not a problem. Technically, I'm still an intern. It's my fifth internship. Yep. Lol, same. Oh, is it your internship too, or are you talking about like the stuff that I was talking about earlier with the imposter syndrome and everything? First time I felt that I'm the dumb one in my team. That's good. That's good. Legitimately, that's good. It's always good to find people that you feel are smart, right? The problematic part, the point where you start getting annoyed with working at a firm is when you start feeling that the people are being stupid. That's when it starts getting annoying. Like, it's basically like where you're like, okay, I'm the only person who's carrying like the weight of all the improvements, right? Like, in the sense that I'm the only person who's trying to drive for things to be changed, to get improved and all that stuff. If you have a lot of smart people, it's always a good thing, right? That you should strive to maintain that feeling constantly. Try and improve your team to the point where you will always feel that there are people that are smarter than you. That's always a good thing to have. To have people that you know for a fact are smarter than you in a lot of things. But as I said, it's also important to find your niche that you know you're smarter than everybody else at, right? So it's important for you to find your niche as well. So how do you do 5 internships? Start in third sem, then do 4 in lockdown. Right. Everything is work from home now, so I think that kind of works. Um, I really know that I'm doing, but I really know that I'm doing well, but everyone else knows what they're doing better. Yeah, I mean, again, you're new, dude. You're new. That's kind of expected. That's kind of expected. Right now, you're juggling with the stuff that you know, but also with the stuff that you need to learn at the firm, which is specific to the firm itself, right? Like, so, like, for example, I can know a lot of Java, I can know a lot of Git, but if I come to Goldman, I still need to understand their systems and their code and all of this code that has been written like 20 years ago, right? You might not have the same problems at your company, but there's still going to be like similar things. Like, you're going to have to learn things that are at the firm, and for a while, for about a year or two, you will continue being mostly in that state for, I would say, the first 2 years at any firm of medium size. And if it's a small size firm, I suppose 1 year, right? You would be spending that time, majority of the time, where you don't actually understand the systems, right? And you're trying to understand the systems better. So yeah, that's going to happen. And eventually, after a certain point of time, all of that becomes sort of like muscle memory. Like, it sort of becomes um something which you don't have to consciously think about, just like you don't have to consciously think about like keyboard shortcuts that you use often. So similarly, like, all these processes, all these things, like, okay, how do we deploy code, blah blah blah, whatever it is, right? Depends on the stuff you do in your team. Again, like, most of that stuff would probably have already been like, I'm pretty sure for your team it's a lot simpler than what we do. But a lot of the fundamentals, once they become clear, at that point you don't have to think about any of that consciously, and then it becomes very easy for you to kind of focus on the stuff that you actually know and your actual job. And that's when you kind of reach that point where you're doing like really really well at like what you're doing, and you're kind of contributing at the same level as everyone else. So yeah, when I was an intern, I didn't even know Git properly. Again, this guy is a VP and he doesn't know Git. All right, so I have like, there are fucking VPs in my firm. VPs, they've been around for like 6 7 8 years, all right, and they don't know Git at all. So like, yeah. So yeah. I'll have people under me in a couple of months. Holy wow! In a couple of months. What the hell? Wow, these companies move fast. Small companies move super fast. Holy shit! A fucking high school dropout that somehow got in. Damn. Wow. Wow. That's pretty ballsy, especially in India. Like, unless you're not in India, I'm pretty sure you are in India. Yeah. That's pretty ballsy, like, to drop out of high school. Like, wow. Hmm. I don't think I know any even college dropouts actually in India personally. Like, Of course, it's not like they don't exist, but I don't think I know anyone personally who is a college dropout. Interesting. High school dropout is like next level. I've never, wow. I don't think like outside of the US I would expect to find anyone. That is big props, big props, dude. Like, as in, it's a very bold move to do that. Like, again, I can't really comment whether it's a good move or not, but it's a bold move, that's for sure, right? So yeah, just solicit feedback frequently and promote whatever you accomplished, right? Yeah. That is the game. That is the game to play. True. Solicit feedback frequently. I think that part is way more important. Like, in the sense that at least speak to your manager. Like, fuck the others, right? Like, it doesn't. I mean, of course, like with the rest of your team, you'll kind of get feedback as you go along, and keep your eyes and ears open, because people won't often tell things directly to you. They'll just sort of hint at it, etc. Or like, you'll find out from like the behavioral cues and things like that. But in general, yeah, try and like keep track of like what people think about, in general. Yeah, but yeah, that's there. You can directly ask feedback as well. I don't know how many people would like honestly give it to you to your face, like your teammates and stuff. Good ones should do that. They should honestly give you feedback. But then again, like, a lot of them, they don't say anything, and then they'll in your performance reviews, that's when they'll kind of fuck you over. So that kind of happens. But yeah, but speak to your manager, because your manager will generally always be very frank with you about this kind of stuff. So if you solicit feedback from your manager frequently, you will receive that feedback, and just take action on that, right? That's it. Like, focus on that. Focus on whatever they've specified. It's not very data driven, generally speaking, like, because it might not be the thing that you need to focus on, but it just happens to be the thing that your manager has his or her eye on, right? So it just happens to be the thing that your manager's eye is on. So at that point, like, might as well focus on that, right? So yeah, that's definitely there. Like, for example, like in my first year at GS, my performance review, like, one of the things they told me to focus on was deliveries, because I was very, like, what they mentioned was like I was very technically skilled and all that. I was making a lot of efforts to improve a lot of things in my team, all that stuff, but my core project itself was not really being delivered. And that was like, initially I had a lot of trouble, because again, like, I wasn't really very clear on a lot of the systems, and having come out of Amazon, the development process was so fucking different at GS. I was really struggling, right, with that, right? So delivery was like one of the things which they had mentioned last year, and so I just focused on that for 2021. Throughout 2021, I was just trying to make releases as fast as possible. So yeah, I was just like pumping out code. That's pretty much what I was doing. I was churning out code, more or less, right? So I kind of put my head down, did that, and yeah, they were really happy with that. So that was kind of there. But yeah, it's wild that I even have a job in India. I was scared as fuck before I landed my first job. Uh, yeah, I mean, that's I find that that's usually like one of those things. Like, initially at the start of your career, you will always be a little bit like terrified with how it's going to be and all that, but usually you'll find like once you start, it's usually not that bad, unless you're in Amazon, which Amazon isn't really one of the like sort of like friendly places for developers. So like, or like any workers really, but yeah. It's unfortunately not a great place to work, like, at least from that sense. But it's a good place to start, though. I feel, because like early in your career, you can take risks. You can kind of work at shittier places. Later, once you grow older, you kind of don't want to. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I feel like Amazon is like one of those places you should go to when you're young, learn stuff, get out. Learn stuff, make money, of course, and get out. Just leave and like jump to other places. So um, one of the best devs I know is a 10th dropout. Holy goddamn. It eventually won't matter. Your work experience would speak for itself. Absolutely, yes, that's 100% true. Like, none of it will matter. Your school, your college, none of it will matter. I've stopped highlighting it pretty much in my resume. At some point, if I run out of space, like, and I need space for some other stuff, I'll start kicking out all of those academic details and all that. I'll just leave my college in there and nothing else. I'll just leave, because you need something, right? Your like your sort of the highest level of college that you've attained, or schooling that you've attained, you need to keep that in. But no one will give a fuck. Really, no one will give a fuck. Once you have like 10 years of experience, none of that will matter. Like, even before 10 years, I think 5 years of experience, really, none of that will matter. Like, they stop checking all of that. They don't give a fuck. So he's 19 right now and has already been an FE engineer for a good year. What's FE? I have no idea what that is. He will never be unemployable at this point because he's just really good. Damn. Okay. I don't understand. Interns managing people? I don't think I'm managing. I don't think he'll be managing. It's more like when he joins as a full-time employee, he'll be a project lead. He'll be a project lead and he'll have like it's not like he'll have people reporting to him. I don't think that's what he means. He won't have people reporting to him, but he'll be leading a project and there'll be other people on said project and they will be his juniors as such. So he'll be like mentoring them. So yeah, which I kind of understand, but it's still wild that that kind of can happen just a couple of months into your firm. So because at that point, like I feel like it's not. I mean, even if you count like a 6 month intern or like I don't know how long your internship has been going on actually. I'm joining full time in January. My college isn't over yet. How are you doing that again? If your college isn't over in Jan, doesn't your college end in like May or something? That's usually when colleges kind of wrap up, right? Somewhere around May. So if you're joining in Jan, how are you doing that? Like, what are you gonna do for those 5 months? Oh, but no. You mentioned you were gonna skip your seventh semester, and then write the exams for that in the eighth semester. But isn't that gonna be your eighth semester? That's usually, or have the schedules all been like my eighth semester has a slot for full time internship. I see. That's cool. That's really cool. I wish we had that. We don't have that. Unfortunate. We didn't have any of that. We had to attend classes. We had 75% compulsory attendance for all 8 fucking semesters. All 8 semesters, we had 75% compulsory attendance. It was horrible. I don't recommend NIT Trichy for computer science to anybody unless placements. Placements are really good. Placements are really good, but apart from that, I do not recommend that college for anything. Like, holy fuck, so bad for computer science, especially. I can't speak for the other branches. Potentially, they might have had good professors. Some of the other branches might have had good professors. We had horrible professors. We had a horrible curriculum. We had like, which is bad. Gokul can confirm. We've had experiences. Very Gokul is don't use his username by the way. Yeah, so Gokul can confirm. We've had like yeah, we've had terrifying experiences there, like really bad ones. I don't know. I'll probably mention it on stream at some point, like in the future. But like, yeah, we've had like really crazy shit going on over there. But yeah, they're just like time and time again, they've just proven to us that they're just horrible people. Like all the professors of that department, and most of the extended faculty in the college. So yeah. Anyway, um, full time January college isn't over yet. Automatic CV screeners are my main enemy right now. Oh yeah, that's a problem. In fact, that's the reason I have a LinkedIn in the first place. I have a LinkedIn because there are automatic CV screeners that kick out your resume if you don't have a LinkedIn. So this was something that my friend who is like super tuned with the whole sort of job application process had told me. He was like, create a LinkedIn. I will, and he was the guy who took my photograph and everything for LinkedIn, because he was like, create a LinkedIn, I will take your photograph, I'll help you create the profile, but do it. And I was like, okay, fine. So I miss that guy. It's been a while since I spoke to him. He was my flatmate back in Chennai, when I was when I was working in Amazon. He was there as well. So yeah, so he helped me for my like interviews and stuff to create my LinkedIn, and like like reviewed my resume and everything at that time. So yeah, get a referral. You're talking to like 3 employees in good firms right now, and when you get referred, that shit doesn't matter at all. Yep. That's true. That's true. That is true. Referrals are like the best way for you to get really quickly like job interviews. CV screeners, yeah, that's kind of the problem. Like sometimes even when you run it through referrals, there might be CV screeners involved because it still goes into a pile of resumes. The only difference is like the referral pile is different. So yeah, and it'll be shorter. So potentially yours might not get screened out. But yeah, I still just created a LinkedIn to be safe. For you, I don't think like, yeah, if you get a referral, I think like they ignore your school history and all that stuff. They'll ignore that if you get a referral. So yeah, and you need to get involved in more communities. I mean, you are in one right now. You are in one. Like what Time Lord mentions. Yes, you are speaking to like at least three people right now who are in fairly good companies. So yeah, if you're looking for a referral, let me know. Might go speak in PyCon Italy in Feb. Whoa, you're applying as a speaker. Nice. Good luck, man. Company will fund the trip if I get in. Fantastic. Leading my area, I already understand the whole code base. That's very good. That's very good. Pretty early for this. 8 has a slot for full-time internships, so I'll get an internship certificate. I didn't skip exams. They got postponed to the exact day I came back. Wow, okay. Oh, I see. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. I'm planning on switching companies next year. Never made a proper resume before. Would you mind reviewing my resume? Definitely, definitely. Um, I mean, yeah, you can use a yeah, like what Gokul mentions, like you can use a good resume template. Like DD resume is there. For example, can I find mine? I don't think I have it downloaded on this PC. Wait. Let me try and see on Telegram if I can find it. Mm, pa, 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 pa. Saved messages. Uh, did I misspell my own name? No, I didn't. Resume. Where did I save my resume? Wait, I'm just searching Telegram because I'm pretty sure I sent it to a bunch of people. But I can show you what that template looks like. Yeah, I sent it to Drunk Time Lord, in fact. I'll just show you what that resume looks like. Um, it's opening. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so you can see this. Yeah, this is my resume, by the way. So like, it looks like this. This is written LaTeX. This is based on what um, Gokul mentioned, DD resume. Like you can just Google that and you will find the LaTeX template on Overleaf. DDCV, this is the one, right? So you can actually see the GitHub for that as well. It looks like this. So DD is Debarkha Das. He is this guy who again, like his backstory is not important, but the point is he wrote a really, really good resume template, which a lot of people use. It's fantastic. It's the best one I've come across so far. And I highly recommend this one because it's a nice one-page resume. It's intended to be exactly 1 page long. Do not extend this to 2 pages or any more than 1 page. I know people who have done that. I do not recommend it. Do not extend this format. Keep it at 1 page because it is 1 page for very, very good reasons. Um, it's just the right length for a resume to be, honestly. So yeah, so just go ahead and like use this, modify it however you want, because like he has a bunch of stuff for research and publications. I don't have any research or publications because I didn't do a master's degree or a PhD or any of that stuff. So I just replace those with projects where I have like my projects from college. Of course, like now I'll replace it with other stuff, a bunch of these things. And yeah, like you just kind of keep recycling this, right? So as you go along, the whole point is you kind of like, for example, now when I add my Goldman Sachs experience, I'll actually take out my old internship, which I had done at a small startup in Bangalore. This was like in 2015. I'm just going to chuck that out because it doesn't matter anymore. This literally doesn't apply anymore, right? None of this experience. I have not done anything similar in any time recently, so none of this experience applies anymore. So I'm just going to check that out. But keep your actual job experience. You can slowly start removing the internship columns, right? So the whole idea is that you just have this kind of building up, and yeah, I might remove the extracurriculars at some point of time because like it doesn't matter anymore after a few years, right? All of this is stuff that I did in college. So again, it stops mattering after a few years. So I take out this section, I extend this section. This section keeps growing. This section can grow or can get replaced. This section can disappear, potentially stuff like that, right? And you want these things to, as many of these to go into proficient as possible over time. So for now, for my next iteration of the resume, when I add Goldman Sachs here and all that and change my address, this was my address in Chennai, by the way. This is no longer my current address. That's the reason why I'm okay with keeping it on stream. But yeah, I mean, actually, it doesn't matter. I mean, I can't tell you my address. It's no big deal. But yeah, so at this point, like I will be moving Kotlin to proficient, right? So that's like the first thing I'll be placing, and I kind of like to place them in order of like what I actually know, that order of proficiency, decreasing order in a certain sense. So some of these will get kind of shuffled around. JavaScript will go down for sure. Python will probably come up. Kotlin will go to the top. And because like I want Kotlin to be at the top over there. C++, I'll probably pull it down to familiar because I'm no longer familiar with C++ anymore. Like I'm no longer intermediate with C++ anymore. I kept it here because like at Amazon, I actually worked on C++ mostly. So I did a lot of C++ work actually. I still keep these at the end because again, your resume is it's like an advertisement. So you're trying to showcase what you know. And I didn't want to work with C++ anymore. So even if I was very proficient with it, I would not place it at that level because then I get C++ jobs. I don't want that. So I don't want them to offer me C++. So I try to keep that, while not exactly lying on my resume, I try to keep it as far away from the first thing you notice as possible, right? So that's the basic idea behind it. So interestingly enough, for this, in the order I kept it, I actually use Python very little out of all these. The most amount of code I would have written in C++, in fact, then in Java, then in Shell, then in Python. But I kept it in this order because this was sort of the order that I wanted people to see it in, right? So you kind of need to be cognizant about that as well, right? Like just kind of formatting things correctly and kind of, just think about like a reviewer reading it and what things you want to draw their eye to. So you might want to put, for example, you might want to put your education column at the end, right? If that's not something you want them to see or focus on, you might want to drop this to the end. Stuff like that, right? You want to just reshuffle these in that way. You want to put education at the bottom, you want to put skills at the top maybe, and other stuff like that. So that's just basic stuff right around that. But yeah, start with the template like that, modify it as per your needs. Don't go with the exact same shit, right? So yeah. But I can take a look at your resume though. I think it's neat. I think it's fairly neat. I can take a look at your resume and kind of let you know if there's anything that can be improved in this, right, for the content and things like that. So yeah, I don't mind doing that. Resume template like DD, referrals greater than everything else. Very low YOE, years of experience. You can only get interviews through referral. That's also true. Recruiters will only pick your resume out once it has sufficient years of experience. Yes, 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 yes. That's also true. Especially at larger firms, absolutely true. Larger firms, 100% true. So yeah, because there's just too many applicants. They need a quick way to filter out because they have very few jobs. It'll be almost over a 1:100 basically. There'll be over 100 applicants for every single open job profile that they have. They'll have a lot of open ones, but there'll be way too many applicants for that list. So they just need very quick ways to screen resumes, and that's why they do all of this stuff. So referrals, yes, please go with referrals as much as you can. 2-column layout and overlay will fit on one page. Make the metrics and important keywords bold. Yep. That's also important. Like I said, it's about drawing the eye of the user for it. So yeah. Guess what? Oh yeah, this one. Did you also use? Yeah. I remember. I sent you this profile. And like yeah, I remember I sent you this profile and told you to like go and kind of use this as a template because like it's generally the best template I've come across so far. Yeah. Chuck education even. I feel like you still like yeah, I guess like you can drop this like the percentage and the cumulative GPA and all that stuff. You can drop that part, but I feel like you still need to specify your at least the best level of education that you have. The others are not necessary. Like I said, like in the future as these things expand, I might want to just drop these things. I might want to drop my grade 12 and my grade 10 and all that stuff because none of that matters. I will still keep my BTech degree up over there because this is like the highest level of education that I've attained, and I think that's important to keep. Again, like some resumes will just look weird without it. I don't know if you can just drop it entirely. I feel like maybe 10, maybe 8 to 10 plus years of experience. If you have over that, it doesn't matter. At that point, you can just start chucking out big sections. You can even chuck out like side projects and things like that. If you have side projects, you can just throw out all of that stuff, and none of it will matter, right? They'll just look at your years of experience, and that's all that'll matter, right? So yeah, those will be, you'll be applying for fairly senior positions. At that point, I don't think any of that will matter. You can start checking those out, but I think like for entry level resumes, you absolutely need that detail. I don't think you should be removing the education section entirely. I think though, if your grades are bad, it's, for example, like if I'd gotten like a cumulative GPA of like 7 or 6, I would have not put this line in here. I wouldn't have kept this line. So yeah, actually I'd argue at 4+ years of experience, it doesn't matter. Depends on that experience as well. Like if that experience, if you've gotten that experience, again dude, you're looking at it from Microsoft lenses, right? Microsoft, Amazon lenses. So if you have it at like fairly reputable firms, well-known names, big names, then yeah, I don't think it matters. 4+, 5+ years of experience, I think should be sufficient. But if it is at like smaller firms, for instance, like startups or like smaller firms which don't have big names, then I think like it will still matter to kind of place that in. So yeah. But if you're getting a referral and you're working currently at like one of the FANG companies, then yeah, absolutely. Like it won't really matter, I think. Like they won't really check any of that stuff. They'll be like, yeah, whatever, he's coming in from a FANG, like who gives a fuck, right? So they won't check at that point. So yeah. I feel like for entry level, like it's just I'm trying to think of it from the perspective not of the interviewer, but from the perspective of the HR person, right? Because it goes through multiple rounds of all these HR drones who don't understand most of this. And if they see a name like Amazon or Goldman Sachs, they might recognize it. But if they see any other company like this one, obviously this is like almost non-existent at this point. But if they look at any other company and that's all your experience is made of, they might be like, he doesn't have an education thing, right? There's no fallback, right? So there's no education and there's no sort of tangible experience, right? So at that point, like even if it's like 4 years or whatever, right? If it's at like an unknown firm, they might just chuck your resume out. So I'm just thinking of it from the perspective of like an HR drone, because the whole point is to not get your resume thrown out before it actually gets in front of the eyes of like actual developers who can read all these sections and understand what that's doing, right? So yeah. Yeah. Mm, some of those are in well-known companies. Yeah, exactly. I think I was just talking about that point exactly. You need those to be in well-known companies, like to some extent at least. Yeah. Who the fuck will care about your degree if you're a staff engineer? Yeah, exactly. Like if you're going from an existing company to another one, but like I said, like if Godwo is looking for like his first job, essentially, then in that case it will matter because you don't have existing experience. So I actually suggest Amazon for that. Generally shit to your company, but they don't care about educational background. Yes. You don't need an engineering degree to be an SDE in Amazon. Yes. In fact, one of the best SDEs I know doesn't have an engineering degree. The guy doesn't have any degree at all. He's like he just passed 12th grade and then like did a lot of stuff on the side, self-taught, mostly self-taught, and like yeah, he was like the guy was indispensable. You know him, Vasant. Um, he's apparently not a great person. Is what I heard. Like yeah, like as in I've heard some disturbing things about him, like from his like current team as such, where he's working in right now. But basically the guy is a genius because I've worked with him. The guy is an absolute genius. It's like a god at programming, like seriously insanely good. But yeah, he's an insane programmer, but yeah, it's he has no like degree or anything. Yeah, he's an SD3 at Amazon. Very indispensable one, that too. You're welcome, Godwo. I mean, it's not a problem. Like, this kind of what I started the stream for. Like, to be honest, like the whole purpose of this was basically just so that like I could rant about software as well as like just hope to be useful for people. So, like, literally, reach out to me like anytime on like Discord or Telegram or something, and I will respond as soon as I see the message. So yeah. Like it's the same. I use the same username on pretty much all platforms, and my Discord link. So we actually had to tell the hiring people to ask some specific questions and get a positive, lengthy response for those questions and use them to filter people. Otherwise, they were literally unable to figure out which people are good. Exactly, dude. They have no clue what they're doing, not the slightest clue. That's what I said. This whole thing is just an advertisement. The whole thing is to dazzle them with enough well formatted bullshit for them to be like, okay, this looks like a good resume. Like they look at this versus they look at like badly formatted Word doc, right? They look at like a shitty Word doc with Comic Sans and green text on a white background and shit like that, right? Because I've seen resumes like that. And they look at those boomer resumes and they look at like stuff like this, and immediately there's the bad pile and the good pile. You know which one's going on the good pile and which one's going on the bad pile. It doesn't matter. They're not going to read anything at that point, right? So that's the main thing. Formatting, keep like stuff bold so that people don't have to actually struggle to read your resume, right? So they can quickly see the years and everything is nicely well formatted. Bunch of these things, and yeah, it's highlight the important points, leave out all the rest. That's the basic thing. This is like 10 by 10 formatting exactly. And I left it. One thing though, I noticed on your resume you used colors, right? Which is fine, but beware that some printers will fuck up, right? Even black and white printers have had this happen. That's why I'm telling you this, right? I've had this happen not for a resume, but for a ticket, which I had to print, which the file was in color. And even though I was printing it on a black and white printer, for some reason it fucked up and it completely blanked out some things which had like specific colors. Again, printers are literally hellspawn. They are created by the devil to ruin mankind, to send all of us straight into hell. right? Like that is like literally printers are fucking horrible, and I don't trust any of them. And the problem is a lot of companies still print resumes. They don't see this way, and that's the reason why I kept everything black and white, right? So I'm just letting you know. Again, like if you're making any edits to your resume, etc., I generally recommend keeping things black and white. From my experience, people no longer print out resumes; they just read it. Again, do not underestimate the stupidity of an HR drone. All right, like the HR drones are honestly the most fucking brain dead people on the planet. All right, I had one of them when I was coming into GS. Um, I honestly hope she never finds this word, but oh my god, she was such a fucking pain to deal with. Dude, like she made me take an extra online round. I had an extra phone interview, and she didn't tell me what the purpose of the phone interview was for at all. All right, she didn't tell me what the purpose of the phone interview was for at all. Like she just went like, "You need to take this phone round." I was like, "Okay," and I took it. Right, I prepared for it. Like it was just all out of the blue. All right, this was like after I had given multiple phone rounds already and had been selected for a face-to-face interview. She just went like, "You need to give a phone round right now," and I was like, "Okay, fine, right? Give me an hour, and I'll get back to you." And I was like, "Okay, fine." And I gave a phone round, like it was an hour, two questions which I had to solve live. Like you type, and as you type, they're able to see how this stuff works, right? So it was an online round. I gave that round, and I passed that. And then I was like, okay. And the interview that I was supposed to be that was supposed to be having, like the face to face interview, was like literally the like 2 days later. So it was sort of like so it was like I had given that, let's say, on a Thursday. The interview was on a Saturday morning, right? And so I gave that phone round on Thursday, and I left the same night, Thursday night. I took a bus, went from Chennai to Bangalore because I was living in Chennai at the time. I went from Chennai to Bangalore, and I was staying at my friend's place on 10th, right? And on 11th morning, literally the morning of the interview, she calls me and she's like, "Yeah, when should I book your flight to Bangalore?" I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And she goes like, "You gave the phone round, right? Yeah, that was for the transport to Bangalore. Like essentially, they make us give an extra round if you're outside the city, because they want to make extra sure, because they're going to throw money at a plane ticket, right, to fly you to the city, right, for the interview." And she didn't tell me about it before the phone round. She just went like, "You need to give a phone round." I was like, okay, because what am I going to say no? So I just went like, okay, right? And I gave the phone round. I just thought that maybe there was some change in the interview process and I had to give an extra round before they, yeah. But it turns out it was for, if I pass that round, they would fund my tickets, right? If I fail that round, they kind of chuck me out. Like they don't. So that way, it's just an extra round that people outside the city have to go through, because again, there's some extra expense involved, right? That's just about it, right? But she didn't tell me, and she calls me literally the morning of the fucking interview. The interview starts at 9 a.m. She calls me at 6 a.m. I'm already awake at 6 a.m. because I'm nervous, obviously, right? She calls me at 6 a.m. and asks me, "Hey, you haven't told me when you want me to schedule your flight." I'm like, "Bitch, I'm already in Bangalore." She's like, "Didn't you say you were in Chennai?" I was like, "Yes, I live in Chennai, but why do you think on the morning of the interview I would be in Chennai? Like, that makes no sense, right?" It was like, oh my fucking god. Like, and she's like, "Oh, then in that case, that phone round wasn't necessary at all." I'm like, "You tell me this now?" Like, yeah, that's what I mean, man. HR drones, right? HR drones. Like, that's just how they are, all right? So never underestimate how stupid they get. Never underestimate how stupid they get. Your storytelling skills are actually good. I'm just good at ranting, bro. It's like, it's something that it's a fine art that I've honed over time, right? I'm just really good at ranting. I have so many things to be angry about that, like, honestly, when I get an audience, I can just go on and on forever like this. Like, it's fucking 3 a.m. Like, it's almost 3 a.m. It's 15 minutes to 3 a.m. Holy fuck. I'm still ranting about like my interview process. God damn. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So some of them will try to print it out, and sometimes those printers, being devil spawn, can cause problems with color text, right? So I'm just letting you know. I think it should be fine, but ideally, if you're going with color text as well, make it as dark as possible, generally speaking. But yeah, sleep. Yeah, I should. Anyway, guys, this has been fun. The most fun stream I've had in a long time, for sure. uh, amazing, super great. Yeah. Have a great night, and I will catch you guys tomorrow with tomorrow's question. This question has been horrible, very unlike yesterday's question. I had a lot of fun yesterday's question. Today's question was not fun. It was the opposite of fun. What the fuck is this? I'm still kind of mad about my solution. I don't like it, but at the same time, I feel like there's no better way to solve this question, which sucks. But yeah, such is the nature of problems. I guess, in a way, like AOC tries to teach you lessons once in a while, that your problems aren't going to be as, like, your real world problems aren't going to be as neat as you think they're going to be. Yeah, I'm fucked. Need to wake up tomorrow? Question mark. Today? Question mark. Yep, that's what it is. I mean, like, yeah, for me, this is usual again. Unfortunately, this is usual. Um, I wish it weren't, but it is. Um, yeah, Time Lord, you too, man. Why is this happening? College fucks up your sleep cycles. College fucks up your sleep cycle. You know what's the sad part? My sister is in like 10th grade and she already sleeps at like times like these, like 2 a.m. and all that. I'm like, what is wrong with your generation? Like, what the fuck? You guys are sleeping this late? She's in 10th grade. Like 10th grade, bro. Like 10th grade. They don't have fucking worries. They don't need to do anything. Why are they staying up that late? It doesn't make sense. They haven't even been to college yet. I feel like they won't sleep at college at all if this is what they go through already. Like, I don't fucking understand, man. I'm writing a book and making a course and working full time in college. Oh yeah, college is definitely stressful. And yeah, you're going way above the board. You're going like way above the board. You're working as well. I think you completely forgot about the fact that you're working. Oh yeah, no, you did mention that you're working. Wow, I'm sleepy. Um, are you not studying? Is that a thing you do? I kind of like my brain kind of just went and collapsed this down to studying. Like I was like, yeah, I mean, because that's like a thing that you need to do in college sometimes, right? Maybe, I don't know. Like, do you have exams and stuff? I don't understand how you're able to keep this up, bro. Like honestly, I don't study. Okay, nice. I mean, like fundamentally, like I don't know, college. Like for me, like the stressful portions of college were all about exams, really. Apart from that, college was fun. It was fine. Like we did a lot of stuff on the side, nowhere near writing a book and all that stuff. But yeah, um, too easy for him. Yeah. Drunk Time Lord is a different breed, bro. He's a different species. This man is built different. Why did I not commit this yet? Git add dot git commit -m day 08 git push. I'm not even gonna bother refactoring this. I thought initially that I'll nicely like clean it up and all that, but honestly I don't think this code is worth cleaning up. It's such a horrible way to solve a problem, but unfortunately the problem itself is horrible. All right, boys. Good night for real. Yeah, good night for real to you too. Honestly, exams, lockdown, open book tests. Yeah, you guys are lucky on that front. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging around. Really, thanks for hanging around. You've made this a lot more fun than I'd expected it to be. Honestly, like if I had like zero viewers, like when I started, this problem would have been like just annoying to solve. Way more annoying, like 2x more annoying. It was already pretty annoying, but yeah, it was fun. Late night stream, dude. Stim, I did not intend this. All right, I didn't intend this at all. We completed solving this question like 2 hours ago. I've just been ranting about stuff. So I've been ranting about work, about college, about lots of different things, giving life advice, all sorts of random stuff. But yeah, yeah, end it definitely. I do have to end it right now because otherwise I'm never gonna sleep. So yeah, thanks for sticking around, guys. I'll catch you guys on the next one, which will be tomorrow, most likely, unless something else comes up. Cool. As usual, exclamation point Discord in the chat. That's my Discord. That's usually when I announce when I go live. Apart from that, like I guess like people chat there sometimes. That's like a thing that happens occasionally. But anyway, yeah. Good night. Good night, Stim. Good night, Time Lord. Godwo. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Cool. Bye bye. Raid. Really? At this time, any of you really gonna stick around? I don't think anyone I know is streaming, to be honest. Like, otherwise I would, but honestly, I don't think anyone I know is streaming at this time. So, like, hell no. All right, guys. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for sticking around. Bye bye.